it's a little bit early, or I guess it's a bit late considering I've already started streaming stuff, but yeah, well, you know how long my streams tend to go. So, so unless it's a crazy 6 hour stream, or, one of my typical just kind of get into it and not even think about the time. Yeah, so yeah, I'm just wondering how much of my hard drive is going to get eaten up by this. So it's going to be curious. Curious, curious, curious. Oh, but yeah, what I was saying earlier is Stardew Valley is really weird about its volume settings and volume controls. I can't get to a global settings menu from this menu here. I can't actually control anything like sound volume or anything else like that until I get to a loaded game, which is really, really weird. So if I have like the background music here running, and of course it only plays once. I am so thankful that it doesn't keep recycling over and over, but it plays at this god awful loud volume relative to everything else, and it's a little bit nuts. But yeah, it's not until you actually go in and load up an actual game. Like, see how loud this is right now? There's no volume setting control. This is whatever the game sets its volume at. I can't control this. Not until I go in and load the and actually load up the game. Then I can control the volume of the background music and all this other stuff. It's really, really weird way that they did this. In fact, I do not know of any other game that has their settings exclusively on a save game file basis. See, now that I'm here, now I can go into the options, and now I can actually go ahead and do things like mess with the music volume, sound volume, and everything else like that. Yeah, I have that same issue with, like, the times when my headphone volume is just low or my mic is too far away from my face. I have everything running off of USB. So my mics are USB mics. All the sound, everything, of course, is directly inside the computer. So my only mixing that I have available is pretty much coming from the audio mixer in OBS. I can actually go ahead and look at the my actual mic volume settings and stuff on in the sound preferences. Of course, the whole thing is I actually have that input level, the input volume of the mic itself is of course turned all the way up, and so I can actually fine tune and control the gain inside of OBS again. So not much really to do in the actual OS settings for the sound and stuff like that. So yeah, it's kind of like this whole wild thing. Like another real weird thing, when you're actually streaming, do you have your mic monitor on so you hear your voice in your headphones along with everything else, like the game volume or whatever else you're doing? Because I have to turn the monitoring off because it's in my headphones, my voice is too loud. It's not that it drowns everything else out, but it's loud enough where it just distracts me. So it's kind of funny. I start stuttering because I'm hearing myself at the same time I'm talking, and I'm getting distracted, and I stop and just on one hand, it's kind of funny, and I'm not sure if that's like actually, is that a me issue, or is this kind of something that everybody goes through, or what? I have the, I don't usually hit the red. I have it tuned to where I'm going into the yellow. I can do the high yellow, depending, of course, on how close I am to the mic and everything. But I've also got the compressor and gain and stuff filters set up on the mic so that I don't spike anything. See, to me, it's just kind of like an issue that because I can't control the monitor volume, I can only control the mic outputs. So I would ideally like to be able to control the volume going into my headphones completely separately from the rest of the stuff. And I think I mentioned this before, but the way that Macs are set up, they sandbox everything. So for example, you wouldn't ordinarily be able to hear the, like, OBS wouldn't have access to just all the desktop sounds. So everything is kind of sandboxed and isolated on a Mac. And so in order for me to set up so that you can actually hear, so that OBS can actually hear the game sounds, like in Stardew Valley right now, or any other app that I'm running, I had to install basically a virtual device that does like a multi-output device, so that it outputs it sets up the audio as its own separate device. But unfortunately, there's no volume control. There's no output volume control on that device, so I can't control how that sounds. So I have to control it all in OBS. And it's a bit of a weird thing, but so just a little something I deal with. Hopefully it's not too scuff. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna make this a little bit larger. How does it look with me moving around? So I'm not really laggy at the moment, which is good. Let me see if I can make my window a little bit bigger. Yeah, right? Totally gotta respect sound engineers and the kind of work that they do, because doing all this as a solo broadcaster stuff, I mean, it's kind of just one of those things, like sound engineers, don't get me wrong, the work that they do, especially dealing with like large scale projects and, you know, a lot of different instruments and sound inputs and sources and everything, that is fantastic. Like how they do their job is awesome. And at the same time, you know, I also gotta give props to streamers out there who pretty much have to do this all on their own. I mean, you imagine like all the guys. I really respect streamers, you know, regardless, like if they've got like a stream deck, if they got a mixing board, they have all that stuff. If you think about it, they are their own sound engineers. They're kind of doing everything. They're doing it all on their own and stuff. You know what I mean? It's a lot like cosplay. When I actually, you know, dated a cosplayer for a while, and, you know, I mean, that's partly how I got into sewing. You know, my brother does cosplay occasionally and stuff, and I'd made some stuff for him, and I also made like a few other stuff for when we were doing when we were actually going to cons and everything and crewing the booth. So I'd actually done things like I'd made hoppy coats for our booth and stuff, and just kind of like pseudo uniformish kind of thing to make everybody in the crew, wearing like the same thing over their t-shirts and whatnot. But as a cosplayer and stuff, you end up making and crafting and just learning how to do and build all these things all on your own, and you wind up getting really, really creative. So you're kind of like your own prop builder and stuff like that. And so like all these guys, like for example Adam Savage and all these professional costumers and prop builders and all this other neat stuff, I mean, again, props on what they do, like that's like a whole different level. But then at the same time, the cosplayers that can throw down and really make, and are really serious about their cosplay, and how they kind of really get into working with with EVA foam and Warbla, 3D printing all the components and stuff, as well as like major, mad sewing skills that I'm nowhere even close to yet. But you just gotta love what they do. So that was actually a lot of the fun parts of cosplay for me. And not so much actually wearing the stuff that I've made, but building it for other people. And I find it to be a lot of fun. But I think that's the whole thing. I like building stuff. Let's not get into costs. But yes, costs are a huge thing with regards to that particular hobby. I think with any hobby, it's just a matter of, it's real easy to throw money at it, no matter what your hobby is. And I mean, you can argue that that's part of the fun, and you can also argue that's a lot of the pain. All right. So let me see, how is the lag with this level? Okay, it looks pretty good. So where the heck am I? I have noticed that for most of fall, my spirits just have been pissed. You want to upgrade your sewing game? Yeah. I want to do the same. I do have one of my sewing machines here. I've got most of my stuff I wound up throwing in a storage unit when I wound up moving over. So, because I just simply don't have the room that I had at my other place. So it's either let the living room pretty much be taken over with all the crafting stuff, and I don't need to set up like things like the TV or anything else. So basically it's just one big craft room and the futon. Or I can actually have a place that actually looks like a house, so it looks like a proper living space. So, but yeah, I need more room. But I also need to get my butt over to my storage unit so that I can get things like a lot, at least some of the stuff that I want to work on and mess with either on stream or like the fabric and stuff, because I want to practice my sewing as well. Yeah, and just try making, just, how it goes. Use it or lose it. So I just want to make sure that I keep practicing and keep doing my stuff. Keep working on it, as opposed to just letting everything fall by the wayside. Like, what's the last thing that you made sewing wise? Did you do anything kind of fun and stuff? Or heck, I think even making clothes is pretty fun. I have made, outside of making cosplay outfits and stuff, I actually did make a pair of pants. I mentioned the happy coats, the Japanese, happy coats, as well as like a shirt or two. I wanted to, and a jacket. I want to try getting into making more of that stuff, and just try making some. I want to try making a basic button-up shirt for practice. Oh, cool. So you made a Bez apron. That's pretty awesome. But yeah, sewing is fun, and what the hell, Pam? Okay, so I've maxed out Pam, and Marnie is pretty close, and jeez, alrighty. I mean, I know I said that I wasn't gonna do a romance run on this one, but holy crap. And Pam of all people. Probably because I got the, probably because she's employed again. Who knows? So yeah, just tons of stuff. Do you want to actually do that stuff on stream, or what are you thinking? Would you try sewing something on stream? Okay. 4 days left and it's almost Spirit's Eve. Don't remember. I think Spirit's Eve is the one where you go into the maze, right? It's been a moment. Everything is processing. I don't have any inventory, anything major going on here. Got some copper and gold. Right, because I bought those. Because I was going to... I need to go back and check out your YouTube videos. So, if anybody's actually watching and you want to check out Bez, I highly suggest giving this spider a quick look over, and if you're not already following him, drop him a follow. Yeah, no problem. You want to give it a go on stream? Yeah, I think it'd be cool. Yeah, I mean, people like your gunpla stuff. Well, gunpla's a pretty serious hobby and everything. People enjoy that. And yeah, I love crafting videos. So watching people building stuff, ultimately, I want to get there as well. So I want to do like a few Lego builds and other stuff. So yeah, you know what? I'm looking at this. I am getting 15 frames per second looking at OBS. I wonder if that's also because I'm recording at the same time that I'm streaming. But this seems to be looking good, so I guess I'm just gonna keep it. Fortunately, I'm not doing anything like majorly intensive, like, an FPS or something. Yeah. Gunpla streams are the ones where I get the most active chatters, a lot of enthusiasts. There are a lot of enthusiasts that come on, which I think is actually pretty cool. So let's see here. I was going to, I think, build the kegs. Is that why? I've got the gold. Okay, I've got gold because I definitely wanted to make sprinklers. But so the kegs I need, yeah, I need copper, iron, and oak. So I need copper and iron and oak to build a few more kegs, and then the preserve jars are just wood and stone, so, and of course coal. But for the sprinklers, yeah, I need the iron bar, gold bar, and refined quartz. I've got refined quartz, and so far my mining has been kind of abysmal. I've been going down into the mine, and I just have not found a lot of gold. Now, granted, I'm going down into the lower parts of the mine, so, you know, there's been like a good amount of iron. I just simply haven't reached, you know, I guess the major gold or the gold veins or anything like that, because I've not been coming up with much in terms of the way of like extra resources and stuff, so just need to kind of keep messing with that. Alright, so let's see, where else is going on? What the heck is this? A sweet gemberry. So that was the rare seed. Alright. Cool. Sweetest thing I've ever smelled. Good to know. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take that. I'm going to definitely put it in the seed doohickey and make seeds out of it if I can. So, what is this? The last time Pam found something in a drawer, she put out a quest like, hey. She found like a battery in her drawer, and then she put out a quest, hey, I need a battery. Has anybody got one? What is it? No idea. I thought you could use it, but I appreciate it. What is this? An energy tonic. Holy wow. That is more energy than... Damn, okay. Let's just store that over here for the time being. What have I got? Any of this stuff ready? Nope, that's all doing its thing. Let's pet the pussy. Let's water the pussy. And let's get the honey. So fairy rose honey, good stuff, good stuff. Anything ready over here? Some of the eggplant is good to go. Grab some of the corn. I didn't bother to replant anything just simply because, you know, it's already the 25th. The shortest thing that would have grown would have been the, what do you call it? The wheat, which I do already have a little bit of wheat that may or may not kind of come up because it's already the end of the season. Lumi, hey, how are you doing? Good to see you. You know I have to ask, are you being a good girl? Have you been good? I kind of feel like the answer to have you been good should be, the correct answer should be of course not. I've been bloody naughty. What do you take me for? Oh, really? Dare I ask what kind of day you've been having? Trash? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully coming here, you can possibly take your mind off of things and just relax and kick back. And you know what? Just say, fuck it, to the crappy day. I have happy chickens. That is kind of a weird thing to say, but whatever. A happy chicken is a productive chicken. I'm pretty sure, well, I mean, Biz, you already know Lumi, but at the same time, anybody else? Lumi builds keyboards primarily on her stream. She's actually very cool and does some really neat stuff.
Keeping up with different materials in a board. So like from a noob perspective.
Plus she's got really cool hands and great nails. Definitely make sure that you guys show her some love and give her a follow. Yeah, she's fun to watch. But like I said, I am a geek that really likes watching people build stuff. So, like, watching you, Bez, building your Gunpla and everything, and, you know, putting everything together and stuff, a lot of fun. Lumi watching, okay. Watching Lumi lubing her keys, or actually lubing the parts of her switches, because it's not exactly that. I don't think she's lubing up the switches themselves, but it's just I've watched her lube her springs. I've watched her lube the, what do you call the little shafts that go into the switches, or the risers, or whatever they are? But that sounds so okay, good. She lubes her stems, which is a lot better than saying she lubes the shaft. Or stabs? Wait, stab, not stub? Interesting. But yeah, there is a lot of manual lubing going on. And if you build keyboards, I highly encourage you, apparently, to make sure that you properly lube everything. Yes, always go with lube. That's actually pretty sage advice in general when you think about it. I never did ask. The lube that you wind up using, is that kind of like a silicone base, or, because I imagine it's not like a petroleum base like mineral oil or anything like that, because that would degrade the plastic at some point, wouldn't it? How does that actually work? Can you tell I just like talking about lubing switches on stream? It just amuses me to no end. I guess I am kind of juvenile that way. But it's such great advice. Alright, what else have I got to do over here? It's like everything is all good to go already. So, here we go. It's like I knew something was up. It's been a little bit since I've played, so I'm trying to get my bearings on. Alright, where did I leave everything again? What was it that I was supposed to be doing? It's like I feel like I have to take a moment to get my groove back every time I hit this up. A type of electrical grease, not silicone based. So wait. So if it's electrical grease, is it conductive? Carbon, oxygen? Well, that definitely sounds conductive. I would not have expected that. Interesting. Dang it, I hate when I do that. Let me put that back in a moment. Okay. You go over here. Okay. No, that makes better sense. And I want to... Keyboards don't really need that part, but it helps some when using it on circuit boards. Okay. Really? You've never had anyone actually ask that question? Because I was always kind of wondering. I mean, I figured that it had to be specific keyboard lube, but I was always kind of curious what it was actually made of. Whether, okay, is it an insulator? Is it meant to be conductive or something like that? So that's pretty interesting. Yeah. How many keyboards do you own? Because I have seen you put together a bunch. What happened? I mean, do you still have them all, or? What happens to them once you've built them? Okay. I need... So what, do you just kind of rotate through them, or? And the other question, which ones are your favorite to use? Like, what have you got currently plugged in? What's your daily driver, so to speak? Inquiring minds want to know. You loan them out to friends who aren't in the hobby, huh? Cool, cool. Hey, I'm just asking because, you know, what's the farmer going to do while I'm sitting here waiting for my farm to do its farm thing? You know, I mean, I'm just sitting here doing chores, which sounds really weird, but yeah, that's about right. I'm sitting here in a game doing chores. And I find that utterly fascinating. I mean, think about it. All these games, these comfy games or whatever. Have you noticed? Power Wash Simulator, House Flipper, Stardew Valley, a couple other ones that I can't think of off the top of my head. But I mean, if you really think about it, they're all about work. Okay? You know, this is, if you stop and think about it, you've had a long day at work, it's all stressful and whatever else, and you know what? You could go home, you could start working on your weekend projects, like, you know, prepping and sanding and doing all the scraping and getting ready to go ahead and paint your house for the weekend that you've been putting off, but you got to get it done before the season gets too cold. Or you can go ahead and just kick back and just relax and let go and play House Flipper. So it's just kind of like an interesting thing. You know, Power Wash Simulator. You know, you're playing a game about washing your car, washing the gunk off of stuff. I mean, there is this really, it is kind of like a cool feeling when you watch stuff getting kind of cleaned off with a power washer. Or have you guys ever actually seen any videos on YouTube? Like there is this laser rust removal tool thing that I've seen. It almost looks and works kind of like an optical power washer. So you've got like this rusted part or whatever else, and you kind of put it, and the way I've actually seen it, it's two kind of setups. There's either the handheld tool, where it's a laser that's kind of on a splitter that gives it a wide, that kind of gives it like a wide beam, kind of like a power washer, and then they go ahead and they run it down on the part like strips, and it literally burns off the top layer of rust. So it kind of like does that rust removal and just tears off that top oxidized layer. It looks really cool. It's like literally a stripper as it kind of goes down the part. So yeah, yeah. See, the only reason you haven't gotten lawn mowing simulator is because it makes me feel bad. My actual lawn, exactly. You know, it's like if your own house has peeling paint and stuff like that that looks like it hasn't been updated in the last decade, but then you're going to go and play House Flipper and spend time like in virtual money painting, you know, painting other houses and everything, and you find that relaxing. It's pretty interesting, right? i'm not I'm not saying that those are bad or anything like that, because let's face it, it's nothing quite like of the real thing. It's much easier to do it in a game and whatnot, which is probably why it's much more relaxing. Because painting a house or painting rooms and whatever else, or doing do fixer upper stuff around the house is not typically a relaxing job. It's very satisfying when done well, but yeah, so these games crack me up, and I do play them and I like them. Like I have House Flipper. I don't have Power Wash Simulator because they don't have a port for the Mac, but you know, hey. Favorite key, but we don't gotta dwell on it. Well, maybe we do. The TGR Tomo 1 built most recently. Oh, so you like that's your fave, huh? Cool. I'm not sure if I've seen the Egyptian keyboard. Is it on one of your videos? I'll have to check that out. And the classic 65, a big beige brick. That should be cool. Wanted to get Power Wash Sim, but it was trending at the time, so I didn't want it to seem like a... Yeah, you know, I kind of wondered about that. But then here I am playing Stardew Valley, but it's kind of more like... It's not that I wanted to jump on the trend, it's just that I kind of looked at like Stardew Valley looks kind of cool. It looks like a comfy game that looks like something that, you know, I would probably enjoy playing on stream. And not so much like a copycat, like, hey, this is trending, blah, blah, blah. It's like I look at that stuff because, you know, what Twitch wants to make those suggestions on stuff and like your how many people are watching, what kind of placement. I haven't picked my games based off of that yet, which maybe that's also partly why some of the things I don't get any views on, like Game Dev Tycoon, for example. There's like nobody watching that, but it's a fun, comfy kind of game that, you know, if you just want to have in the background and just watch stuff, then it's one of those kind of streams. But who knows? Used to bash on Farming Simulator. I had a copy of Farming Simulator. I don't remember what version, it was a while back. And I tried playing it and stuff, and yeah, had the big field and whatever. That's, yeah, if you actually want an actual farming simulator, then yeah, Farming Simulator is definitely the route to go. It's the real deal. And yeah, the farm that my grandparents had was only a couple of acres, so it's not like we had like major equipment. They had like a tractor, that was it. So, but yeah, these games about manual labor, just hilarious. I love it. All right, so and I only got one set of... Oh, you know what? I only got one set of seeds because my luck is just not there today. My luck isn't there, and my... what do you call it? I don't have any extra bonuses or anything like that, so... Plant and rare. I was hoping to at least get 2 out of that, but... oh well. You can grow cotton in Farming Simulator 21. Yeah, no. Well, I suppose it'd probably be more of a picking cotton thing, but... although I did kind of pick cotton once. So, and this is actually... So I mentioned that my mom is from Mississippi, like just over the Tennessee border, like outside of, you know, not too far outside of Memphis and everything. So around that kind of area. Yeah, that on general principle kind of no thing. I totally get that because I'm kind of the same way. But so where they are is literally still country. Even today, it's a lot of country. There's a lot of fields and a lot of farms, you know, really huge. It's slowly becoming a suburb of Memphis. because that whole area is starting to kind of, Memphis is just kind of growing and it's just simply going that route. But it's kind of nice because there's still country enough. And then a lot of like, open area, a lot of stuff in the surrounding areas and stuff. But so we would actually go down to my grandparents' house, and because like my uncles and some of my aunts still live in that area, and so we would go down for like a family reunion every year and whatnot. So one time a long time ago, my brother and I had decided to kind of drive down and on our own and stuff, and we were driving back. So on our way back home from from Mississippi and everything, going through, I don't remember what state we were in, but there were a lot of cotton fields all around and everything. And now it was the middle of the night, so it was all pitch black and stuff. We just kind of got it in our heads that, you know what, let's just try picking cotton real quick. And now, middle of the night, completely unknown. It's not like this was a planned thing. So we just kind of pulled off the highway in some random farm. And now, first of all, this was in the middle of July, and I don't know anything about cotton picking season or cotton growing seasons and stuff like that. What I do know is that July is most assuredly not cotton picking season. The plant is not ripe or anything else like that. And basically, a couple of dumbass college students doing this stuff in the middle of the night was probably not the best idea. But that's not important. So we get off the highway, we go down this frontage road and everything else like that. And we're trying to do this on the sly because obviously we're not trying to alert attention. Now, this is the middle of a field. The farmhouse is way far off in the distance and stuff, but we didn't want to get caught. And so we kind of pull up and we get this idea. So I was going to pull up, and my brother was just going to go out, run down to the field, and we were just going to grab a cotton. We were just going to kind of grab a cotton plant and then take off and then go pick it later. Right. Because, middle of the night, can't see, do this in relative safety elsewhere where we're not going to get caught. So we kind of come down, and all of a sudden, so my brother, we open the door and we execute. Now, in my mind, and I started hearing like the Mission Impossible theme. So I start kind of doing, I didn't have it on, I didn't have the soundtrack at the time and stuff, so I just started kind of singing out loud and everything. So I pull over and I'm like, all right, go, done, dun, 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 dun. My brother bolts open the door, runs down, and the first thing I see, he runs down and then he suddenly disappears and a little cloud of dust pops up. And I'm still sitting here going, dun, 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 what the hell? Dun, 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 dun. And like, okay, so basically he kind of ran down, fell and tripped in the ditch. Okay. Picked himself up, ran across the ditch, went into the field, and then he made to go ahead and grab the cotton plant, and he was just going to yank it and run back to the car. And so he was just going to go, so he puts his hands around the plant, and he starts to grab it and then dash up to the car. The plant, however, had other ideas. Another thing about cotton, like Lumi just mentioned, it's very prickly. And it's extremely durable. This is a textile plant, and you would be amazed at how tough those things are. So trying to tear it off or put it, or yank it or tear it off or break it, a green fibrous plant with no tools or anything else like that, with your bare hands, for an average college student, this was not going to just be a quick dash and go kind of thing, right? So he grabs the plant, starts to kind of head back to the car. The plant goes nowhere. He falls back down again. Another cloud of dust pops up. I'm still sitting here trying not to laugh, still trying to kind of halfway build out the Mission Impossible theme. And this is just kind of dun, 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 dun. And yeah, so yeah, I'm sitting here thinking like, okay, this has gone from Mission Impossible to Spies Like Us. And so now he's wrestling with this plant. Now, at the same time, I happen to see, and yeah, I look over by the farmhouse, and there are like lights, and like I see a somebody driving along or whatever. And this could become completely coincidental. I doubt it has anything to do with, like, you know, these two guys parked over suspiciously at the side of the field for no good reason. But I mean, you know, and they're just kind of driving down. I have no idea if that road, if their driveway leads down to the road where we are or whatever. But I'm like, hurry up. You know, I'm like, hurry up. The lights are on. They're coming this way. And so now he's sitting here arguing with this plant. He's like kind of twisting it. You know how you do with like if you're trying to break a limb off break a branch off of a green branch off of a tree or something. So he's like kind of doing that twisty thing, trying to fight it back. Yeah, this cotton plant is just fighting him all the way. And, you know, this whole thing. Yeah, and those people who ideally they give tools to the people to harvest cotton, you know, so they're not expecting you to kind of bare hand wrestle this thing. So now he finally kind of gets the plant like torn off and stuff. And, you know, like come back and his hands are all scratched up and everything. He like finally runs up. He doesn't trip over the ditch this time. You know, he gets in the car, and then we close the door, and then we just kind of peel off and like suddenly take off like, you know, madman. I had no idea, like, you know, the headlights in the background or whatever else. No idea if they even actually noticed us. It's just in our minds. We're like, holy shit, we're gonna get caught. Hurry up. And so, okay, we kind of get in the car. We then go and drive, and now we're like cracking up and laughing at how stupid this whole thing is. And then we actually go over to a rest area eventually, you know, the next rest area that we find, which is like maybe like a dozen or something miles later. And so we kind of finally pull over into the rest area, get cleaned up for a moment, and then we decide to have our cotton picking moment. And again, like I said, this is not cotton picking season. Not only is this stupid plant stupidly fibrous and strong and tough, all of the cotton buds are closed because they're not ripe yet, so they're not open. So now we're trying to pick unripe cotton and just having a real pain of the time trying to do this because, you know, we can't just pick it. We have to kind of try to pry the little pods open to get at the cotton that's inside of it and stuff. And it was just this whole ordeal. Yeah, just the buds. They were pretty big already at that point, but still they weren't open. You know, and there was cotton inside of it. You know, it's kind of hard to describe. It's cotton, but it's kind of like tufty, like a hairball. It's not like the cotton that you see in pictures, or, you know, properly ripe cotton, the way you would expect it to be, kind of go in, you pick it and whatever else. But yeah, it was just a thing. But we picked cotton. And later on, when we told our mother what we did, she just looked at us with the dumbest look on our faces, like we were just a couple of stupid. And, you know, I gotta agree, it was just a totally stupid kind of thing. So yes, that is my cotton picking story. We have done it once voluntarily, and now I may be biased based on that experience and also because of my own personal, like, you know, heritage, but yeah, I'm never cotton picking again. So just wanted to throw that out there. You know, been there, done that. You know, wasn't enough to make a t-shirt, but whatever. So, yeah, the things that stupid college students do just because. Yeah, young and stupid. Okay. Oh, I will definitely take a look at the pics to see the Egyptian board, because I'm really curious. What is, okay, you say it's an Egyptian board, but what exactly makes it Egyptian? Is it just kind of like a theme and like the decoration? Just simply because I can't do it while I'm on stream at the moment, but I'll definitely check it out afterwards. Oh, cool. Hieroglyphics on the case. Embossed hieroglyphics. That is actually pretty cool sounding. Alright, so what have I got? 10 to 8. I could make some extra barrels. How many of these things do I have right now anyway? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17, 18. So I've got 25 kegs at the moment. Oh my. Alright. Why in the heck is it that I'm exactly one short? Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the pictures. So, finally getting a barn set up. And as soon as I upgrade my... I guess I have to upgrade the pickaxe before I can go ahead and get rid of this meteor. Remember how I said, like, you know, that a meteor dropped in the middle of my farm? This was the first meteor. That was like year 1. Year 2, there's another meteor, and it's like right over here where this thing dropped and took out a couple of trees. Fortunately, it didn't take out any of, like, the ones that actually had tappers on it. But hey. My favorite thing about this game, well, let's see here. I like games where they have like a crafting system. So I do like the thing about being able to kind of come in and build stuff, like being able to to make the farm, harvest stuff, and to generate money based off of the stuff that you build. I think that's actually kind of cool. So it's not just that it's a farming simulator for me, but it's the whole fact that it also has the, commerce part built into it. So like I can build the farm and lay it out however way that I want. The fact that, so that's actually cool. Then the fact that that you can craft different parts to it, like for example, all the components that you have to make. It's kind of a little bit on the bogus side. Like, well, you can't just go buy a keg or whatever else like that. You have to basically still craft it yourself. So that means you have to go ahead and get the parts for it and everything like that. That's a little bit on the weird side, but it's kind of still on par with a basic crafting game, right? So, and then of course because you're not just a farmer, you have to go mine stuff, but it's not just a mining thing where you go into a mine and start breaking up rocks. No, there's danger in the mine that you have to be careful of. The whole fact that there's monsters like ghosts and skeletons and slimes. So now we're kind of moving solidly into fantasy territory. This is why I say this is not just a farming simulator. It's farming in a fantasy setting. So it's an adventure, a farmer adventurer setting, I guess you could say. But I just like being able to kind of build stuff and create like a tiny empire. It's like why I like city building games. Same, I guess it's the same thing. Being able to kind of craft stuff, lay it out, and then try to create your little empire, your little domain. I think the aliens are in the sense of the ghosty things that have to do with the community center. So I don't know if they're exactly aliens or extra dimensional creatures, which, okay, alien to the world, same thing. So, I mean, does that actually make sense? Like, as far as what's so compelling about it? Like, if you like building stuff, and if you like if you like the whole resource management and building and collection part of it, I think that makes this game kind of interesting. It's not it's not like action packed or anything like that. But it's not that kind of game at all. So it's just, and depending on how you play it, like I'm pretty laid back with regards to my play style. Like for example, it is fall of year 2, and it's not like I've exactly made bank or anything. I've just been taking a real relaxed approach to stuff and how I set stuff up. And it is too late for me to go ahead and set anything. I need to kind of work on that. So I'm gonna wind up losing a day of work, but that's okay. It's gonna be there. I think that I don't know for sure. I think that there's some kind of event that happens in I think at the end of year 3, but I don't know the actual details. So when I first started the game, I made a point to not look at the wiki, right? Because I wanted to kind of go in cold, pretty much like the way that the game expects you to. You know, kind of go in and you're supposed to learn and try to figure stuff out. And I guess it's a puzzle thing in that regard. You know, yeah. And I don't think I have any of the DLC yet, so I haven't. So this is just like the stock game with no extra stuff added. But based on the way the story kind of goes, there's something I guess that happens at year 3. I assume that the game just kind of continues after that. I am not sure. I'm just kind of playing out to see what happens. But I did I got kind of fed up with trying to figure out how to do some certain stuff, because by the end of year 1, like around the end of fall, I had built like an overly large farm, and I was spending most of my time doing the watering. Like you kind of saw a little bit earlier, that the watering in the game is pretty manual. And that is probably one of the least fun parts about the game. It's okay if you have a fairly small farm, because all right, the watering isn't going to take you all day and you still have time to go ahead and do some of the other stuff that you have in the game, because like all the quests and the building relationships. Because this sounds terrible, but the whole thing is, it's like, okay, sure, you can sit here and you can farm, but then there's like the relationship building with the people in the village. So, and the way it works is, if you don't see people in the village for a while, like, you know, your relationship points, you know, the relationship status is based on points. The more contact that you have with them, the more you interact with them, the more things like you do, like give them gifts or whatever else, you know, to help it, you know, increase the points, then the stronger a relationship is. But then the longer you stay away from them, then the relationship will eventually start tapering off and you start losing points. So you pretty much have to kind of keep up and keep in contact with them more or less every day until you get to a high enough level where, you know, I mean, they'll still drop off, but then it drops off more slowly. I think I think that's the way the dynamic works, you know? So yeah, there's just all this work, and man, these relationships are such a hassle and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, whatever. But I finally like hit the wiki to kind of figure out more of this stuff and trying to figure out, okay, why am I not finding like copper ore? Why am I not finding iron? Where is all this stuff? What am I missing? So yeah, I went to the wiki, and now that I've been looking at the wiki and stuff, things have been a lot smoother. Now, there are some people who are like, "Oh, you should have read the wiki beforehand," and you know, yeah, I could have, but like I said, I didn't want to do that. I did, at least initially, I wanted to try the gameplay, especially since I was doing it on stream. I wanted the game to do the gameplay cold and get like a fair impression of it that way, and not just kind of go in already knowing what the deal was. Of course, I did that for year 1. Year 2, all bets were off. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm good. So, but yeah, I am curious to see what is going to happen later on. Spirits have just not been happy at all season long. The spirits are annoyed. The spirits are perturbed. The spirits just basically want to screw you over. It's like, oh my god, come on. It's like, all right, fine. Okay, first thing. All right, nothing major going on, and I need to go ahead and get the thing. See, the major money makers in this game are the preserve jars, and especially the kegs. That's where you wind up getting all the money in the game, because of especially once you upgrade the house to having a cellar and you get access to casks and you can start aging stuff, just the money that you make starts going through the roof. So it's kind of like the whole game progression is trying to get to the point where you have as many kegs as you possibly can. At least if your goal is to go ahead and make money. Which if you actually have a decent amount of money kind of flowing in, then everything else is easier, because then you can just, if you really needed to, you could just buy ore. You don't have to go down and mine as much. Stuff like that. And it's kind of fun just building that part out. Like I didn't have animals until like summer of this year, so summer of year 2. As you can see, Robin's just now building my first barn. Yeah, I know. Compared to a lot of people that I've watched, like I said, I've taken a very laid-back approach in terms of how I'm playing the game. I mean, I'm not really too worried about it, but at the same time, it's like, well, gee, I look like a total noob compared to everybody else maybe, or, but I'm not trying to speedrun this in the first place, so I'm not really too worried about it. But I would definitely be doing things differently. Like if I were to start a new game on this, yeah, it would be a totally different experience than the way I did it now. I'm on this first run through, but I don't mind. That's the whole point of this first game. Kind of get used to it, whatever else. And I don't know, is there such a thing? I wanted it to be authentic on stream so that, people kind of saw it as like, no, I didn't go in with all the knowledge beforehand, and just simply I'd already read a guide to walk through, and so now you're just watching me effectively speedrun stuff the first time around. Yeah, no, this is just all, here's a look, here's how it really looks, and this is what it looks like when you're just kind of floundering in the game, not knowing anything about it. It's like I see people doing that on games like Project Zomboid and stuff. And I've played Zomboid a lot, and so looking at that, I'm like, oh no, you don't want to do that kind of thing. So I imagine people, the Stardew Valley veterans, quote unquote, probably watch me play this and they're just cringing like, oh my god, I cannot believe him. Yeah, Zomboid is hard. Zomboid is hard if you're expecting to live. As bad as that sounds. It's just kind of one of those, this is how you died. Not if, but when. You are going to die. This is how it happened. As long as you're cool with that, then your Zomboid experience isn't so bad. Oddly enough as it sounds. Trying to remember the corn. Now, this is the funny thing. It's like, okay, because I am a geek, I eventually did, even with the wiki and everything else like that, I did actually end up making like my own spreadsheets. hilariously enough, because before I actually went and played the game properly, so of course I kind of kept track of my own notes and everything on what worked, what didn't work, and everything else like that. Yeah, this man don't even know how to maximize the brewer. It's like, it's like, oh my god, why are you even playing this game? You ain't doing anything. Yeah, you know, I'm doing it my way. Yeah, fine with it. Corn is not the best thing, not the best crop. Do I have any artichoke left? Because obviously pumpkin is the two major crops. In the summer it's melon, in the fall it's all about pumpkin. And I think in the spring I'd probably have to say cauliflower. Well, technically rhubarb is the best, but cauliflower is like, you know, the second best up there. So I need to check and see if I have any artichoke and or yam. That would be the best thing to go ahead and throw in a pickle right about now. Don't have any in here. Check outside. Artichoke. Hello? Artichoke? Anywhere? Bueller? No? Fine. I'll come back to that. Let me grab the hops at least. And don't have enough of that anymore. Do I have enough? Before I do this, is Robin still building? Yeah, so Robin can't do any other projects until the barn is done. When, ideally, once the barn is built, I want to go ahead and build a shed and put the shed right in this area here, you know, where I've got like the kiln and the kegs and everything. I want to just put it like right here in this space, because all the buildings, like the barns and the shed and the coop and whatever else, the house as well, they're all like TARDISes. They're bigger on the inside. So they only take up they only take a certain footprint, you know, of the outside farm area. But then, you know, when you upgrade them and everything, they just get bigger and bigger. So in this space that I'm taking up all of these kegs, I can actually put in a single, what do you call it? A single shed, and store, you know, with like the basic thing. I think I can store up to, I wanted to say, well, just over 60 barrels, 60 kegs, which would take up a whole lot of room the map otherwise, so it's pretty nice. So do I have everything? Okay, cool. So yeah, I mean that's all, the whole reason to go ahead and build the structures, because like, yeah, I think the what you call it, the shed, it's like a 7x3 space, and yeah, you can hold at the basic level, you can hold 63 items up in an optimized layout, right, where you can kind of where you can still have access to every item in the thing. Yeah, you can store 63, like in this layout like I have here, so that I can get in between, so that I could walk in between stuff and get to every barrel. And then when you upgrade it, it goes to like about 150 or something like that, without actually changing the size of the, you know, of the building itself on the outside. Oh, wait, is it today already? Spirit's Eve? 10 p.m. I gotta be at the festival. All right. No, it's tomorrow's. Help us celebrate tomorrow's festival, Spirits Eve. I was about to say, it's a day early. Yes, winter is coming. I've got a few artichoke that will come in before the end of the season, just like this wheat. And you don't have to worry about building anything right this second. I'll have some time. But the main thing I want to make sure that I do, like I said, I don't have any more artichoke, right? Kale, melon, which of course the melon is definitely for making wine. Okay, cool. I do have some artichoke left. And how many of these do I have? 13. Time to pickle us some artichoke. Oops. See, this is something else. Being, again, in the country and everything, my grandmother and my aunts and stuff, it was... Canning is just what you do in the South, in the country. You know? Making canned goods and stuff like that, which they call it canning, but it's putting stuff in jars. So... when I was a kid, I wasn't crazy about some of the stuff, like cha-cha, which are like different kinds of pickled vegetables. Like basically it's a relish kind of thing. Wasn't a fan of a lot of times when I was growing up. My favorite was when my grandmother, she had like these pear trees in her, she had pears and pecans. So what she would do is she would actually make these awesome pear preserves. That was my ultimate favorite. So when she passed and everything, you know, I swear fights were going to break out about, like, you know, those pear preserves that were left, because not many people knew exactly how to make them the way she did. So that's one thing that I would like to do if I were to... I mean, one reason why I do want to do any kind of canning is just simply because I would like to try to make pear preserves. Now, I can't make them like the way my grandmother made them because it relies specifically on the pears that are the type of pear that was in her tree, in her, you know, on her lot. But I can at least kind of make my own version of that. Yeah, Lola's secret recipe, exactly. It's like my uncle. My uncle used to make bread. And so the thing is, he made bread a lot. And his bread was kind of unique in how it tasted and stuff. There was just the way that kind of came about is one day when he was actually making bread, I don't know what it was. My cousins and I were just apparently being annoying. And my uncle is a very mild-mannered person. He doesn't get mad. You know, he doesn't raise his voice or anything else like that unless he's really angry. And he's really chill and laid back. And so I don't know what it was, but we just got on his last nerve that day. And, you know, he got mad enough to actually yell at us. Which, of course, surprised us because, you know, he rarely does that. And the bread he did, it was so funny because of the fact, it was kind of funny in the sense that we made him so mad that he kind of lost his place in terms of what he was doing and like how he was making his bread and stuff. And the bread that he ended up making that day was the best that he'd ever made. And we were like, what did you do? This is like so much different and stuff. And he was just like, I don't know. I was so upset that I don't even remember what I did. And he ended up spending, I don't know how much time he actually spent trying to recreate it, but he eventually recreated what he did. And so his, so that just became, you know, my Uncle Jun's bread. It was the bread. We all loved it and stuff, and he would give it away as gifts and everything. Everybody in his church or whatever loved it. It was what he became known for. Just that particular signature bread, and it was all because we pissed him off that day. You're welcome, Uncle Jun. I think it's so hilarious that the chickens create large eggs when they're happy. If you leave them alone and you don't give them attention, so they're unhappy, they lay small eggs. It's like, okay. Pretty sure that's not how that works in the real world, but whatever. Hey, Nunya, how's it going? Saren, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Glad you guys could make it. Yes, this is the time that I tend to be on, you know, when I'm not being scuffed and having equipment issues or anything else like that. So, you had a headache? I'm glad that it cleared up. So I'm just sitting here playing farmer and also kind of recounting a few different stories of life when, you know, from my grandparents when they had a farm and when my parents had like the bright idea to become farmers and some things about that. A brief adventure picking cotton. Just weird things like that. Nothing really spectacular, nothing to write home about. Just kind of messing around. Did it work out? Well, so my parents' farm, you mean? Like when they decided to become farmers? Well, okay, so this is the thing, in case anybody hasn't heard this one. So I think I've mentioned a couple of times about how my parents were pretty entrepreneurial. They were the kind that, you know, people that they wanted to go in and start their own business and stuff like that. Which, okay, cool. You know, I think that's great. Love that. And so they were deciding one time about, okay, what kind of business should we get into? What kind of things should we do? Yeah. Today is backstory day. So my dad came from the Philippines and he just happened to have, I don't know why, but he just, I guess it's because he didn't want to miss those vegetables, whatever else, but he decided that he brought some seeds with him, you know, for the different vegetables and everything that he grew up with. And so he had these things with him. And so they decided, you know, so they being like, you know, my parents and then my mom's youngest brother, they decided to go become farmers. And so they all moved back down to my grandparents' place, like, you know, my mom's place down in Mississippi, and became farmers. So now mom grew up down there, so she was already kind of used to it. Dad, of course, from the Philippines, it's like, okay, you know, yeah, he grew up in the mountain provinces, so yeah, he's used to also like farm life and growing food and everything else like that, so it wasn't really a big deal. So now they are off doing their thing as farmers and growing all of these Filipino vegetables. Now, mind you, this is in the South, and this is like, you know, my parents are pretty much boomers. Okay, like actual boomers, and they were growing these Asian vegetables in Mississippi. So things like well, Filipino long squash, upo, and yeah, careful with crops and seeds to introduce in a foreign land. Oh, what? Really? I mean, now, I think you should actually Google kudzu, Kudzu, and see what that's actually done to the South. They didn't bring it. It wasn't them. But yeah, kudzu is a good example of being careful of that. But you know what? Back in the day, they didn't worry about that. Ecology, what? Nah, whatever. But yeah, it. They were able to grow it. They worked out pretty well, right? So they were able to grow like Filipino string beans, like the long beans, sitaw. They grew upo and the squash, and I think a couple other things that I don't really remember. They it's been so long, but they didn't really elaborate on what it was. Anyway, so they had no problem. My grandma was like, all cool, like, okay, well, we'll grow these and stuff. But when it kind of came time to harvest stuff, so again, this is this is the middle of Mississippi, well, the edge of Mississippi, right? In like what was it the 70s or this? Yeah, the 70s. I was already born. Oh wait, okay, fine, yeah, yes, I'm a Gen Xer, okay. But so that time, so like mid 70s Mississippi, and bunch of Asian vegetables. My grandmother had no idea how to price this stuff. So for like, okay, so she'd look at this like, now, if you've never seen like an upo, a Philippine upo, these squash are huge. Okay. And they're these really long green things. So they're pretty big and stuff. And so they look like they look like giant pale green cucumbers, or like if you're like used to seeing like long gourd squash or whatever else, they're pretty long, pretty straight. They look like fat green baseball bats, more or less. So they get kind of huge and stuff. My grandmother had no idea how to price this stuff. And so when they went to market to go ahead and sell these, she had no idea what to do. So she's like, okay, so one upo, one of these big huge things, which maybe about like I would probably say like somewhere between like they can be anywhere from like 18 to like 28 inches long, give or take. Like a marrow. I'm not sure exactly what a marrow looks like. Hold on a sec. Let me see if I can just. Okay. Now, those are Upo recipes. That's not what I want. Let me see if I can pull this up here real quick. This is what it was. So this is what Upo looks like. And it can be kind of uniform looking, stuff like that. I was hoping that it was actually take me to a picture, to a proper picture, but they didn't have that actual picture up. Let me see. Can I open this in a new tab? Will this let me do this? Yeah. But basically long, big green gourd. And like I said, they can, I guess on the smaller side, they can probably be like around, the smallest I've actually personally seen was maybe about 12, 14 inches or so, give or take. It's a very mild taste. It's a very mild squash. I think the closest thing I can compare it to, flavor wise, might be it's similar to eggplant. So in terms of flavor. It's so, in other words, it pretty much will pick up the flavor of anything else that you cook it with. You know what I mean? Without it, it's like, I guess it's like eggplant, but with a little bit more of a greenish flavor to it. Would probably be the best thing to describe it. So yeah, my grandmother basically said, okay, so for one of these, $10. You know, so $10 per Upo or some other weird exorbitant price like that. So practically extortionate. Oh, that's eggplant is a nightshade. So why eggplant has a tobacco aftertaste? That's why. I did not know that. That is pretty interesting. That's cool. I had no idea. Nice to know. I do like eggplant, so. And yeah, even more sense with like, the coloring and everything else like that, the color, the texture. So my grandmother is pricing all of these vegetables at these crazy prices. And of course, because most people have never seen these vegetables, they're kind of balking and they didn't even want to try it because they were so expensive compared to like, the stuff that they were already familiar with. So we're thinking, okay, this is kind of a bust and stuff. But apparently, and I had no idea, but there was a small contingency of Asian population, and so the Asians who came upon my grandmother's market, they freaked out because they were not expecting to find these vegetables anything remotely. Because, like I said, there was there was a upo, there was the Asian, the Filipino version of the string bean, so much longer and thinner and whatever. There's also like things like bitter melon and, like I said, a couple other things that I don't remember what exactly they had, but all these Asian vegetables that you damn sure were not gonna find in Mississippi in that time, in that period. And so the Asians were over the moon and completely bought out everything. So all the stuff that my grandmother had priced at these ridiculous prices sold out. So that one season, the one season that my parents had decided to become farmers, they made a killing. Well, relative killing. And it was just a hilarious story that they told because they had no idea how to do it. Now, they eventually decided not to be farmers anymore because it was a lot more backbreaking than they took it for, apparently, especially when you had, like, I think, like I said, my grandmother's farm was a total of, I think, a little over 3 acres, give or take. There was like the side lot in the back, whatever, but yeah, roughly about 3 acres, and they didn't have like big equipment. So the memories of my childhood living, when we both moved down there while they decided to have their farmer phase, and then also, my brother and I got sent to live with our grandparents, when my parents ultimately got divorced later on, like, they sent us down there to shield us from the fallout of the divorce and like the whole ugliness, which I thought was great. Not at the time, but because my memories of being on the farm are before school, we'd have to get up early in the morning and pick beans, pick peas, pick like, corn, whatever else. And then when we come back from school, we had to shuck beans, shuck corn, stuff like that. And then when harvest came around, we had to bag the beans and the corn and everything else like that. Now, my brother and I were too young at the time to actually go to the market, but my cousins, like, from who were a bit older, like, yeah, they did, like, a lot of the other heavy work of going to market and doing all that stuff. But yeah, so yes, this game for me kind of brings some of that memory back. Of course, at the same time, it's a whole lot easier than I remember it, except for that whole manual watering part. But besides that, it's like, yeah, I can actually look at this and think, oh, how relaxing, and just kind of block out of my mind shucking peas and butter beans and stuff like that. But okay. So, I mean, would I become a farmer in real life? Kind of been there, kind of done that. But then at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's not like it was exactly a bad memory. It was just a lot of hard work. So I respect anybody who wants to become farmers or who has like who wants to have a garden larger than the average city house backyard. It's like, hey, props. People who need to go hunting to sustain their family can take time off in school. We didn't hunt to my knowledge. I know that some of my cousins hunted and in that area. I'm not sure if it was for us. They didn't, it wasn't a thing. I don't recall anybody actually taking time off school, but that could also just simply be because it didn't apply to me and nobody I knew hunted. So I'm not aware whether or not that was actually a thing. It might have been a thing, when my parents and uncles were in school. But by the time my brother and I were actually in school down there, it probably was a bit less of it. So now I have since found out that there actually is a hunting lodge. So in my family's area, and I say family's area because, at least for a long time, everybody who lived in that particular community, they were mostly related. It was a pretty small community and stuff. So there were like a lot of cousins and, stuff like that. So, and yeah, this was a bit longer than 20 years ago, probably ish, maybe. But, and yeah, I mean, I know that in some areas that, yeah, absolutely, especially where hunting is prevalent, and that's probably also part of it. This wasn't an area where there was a lot of hunting going on to my knowledge. So I'm sure that like if you go further out, like into the country areas, where there was a larger population of things like deer and stuff like that, like yeah, absolutely, I can see that. But where my grandparents were, it was mostly farmland, so that's probably also part of it. So nobody's gonna run out with a shotgun and bag like a head of corn. So, but yeah, there is. I did actually find out, like actually just a few years ago, that there is a hunting lodge not too far from that whole area. It's I think it's maybe 2 maybe 3 miles away from my grandparents' old house, which is now my aunt's house. But yeah, I mean my uncle and stuff. The thing I liked about actually kind of going there, I still like to go down there. It obviously since 2020, I haven't had a chance to really go down there at all, but I used to like to go down there at least annually. We used to actually have, like I mentioned before, the family reunion. So we would go down there and we held it around my grandmother's birthday, which is why we did it like in July-ish. But I would go down there, for my, just because I enjoyed it as well. And also another, another bit another bit about me is that I am really into barbecue. Like Americans, not just American style. I mean, I love all kinds of barbecue. American and international, all types of cooking with fire, effectively. Whether it's grilling or slow cooking, like classic barbecue and stuff like that. I absolutely love cooking with coal, with fire in a fireplace or open pit or anything else like that. I actually got a certificate. I became a certified judge for the Memphis in May World Barbecue competition because I just enjoy barbecue that much. So I would actually go down. So every season, I would actually go down to I am the uncle. Now I'm the uncle at the cookout in the sandals and the Hawaiian, the Hawaiian shirt and cowboy hat, doing the one manning the grill, doing all the work. So yes, that is now me. But yeah, I've actually judged competition barbecue for a few years. So I'd go down and watch that, and it was a lot of fun because I'd get to hang out with my uncle, kind of look over the family land, quote unquote, and do stuff like that. I try to avoid the socks with sandals where possible, but hey, sometimes it's cold. Just kidding. No. About the only time that I might wear socks with sandals, flip flops don't exactly count, right? To Filipinos, flip flops, those are slippers, right? And obviously, wearing socks with flip flops in the first place, it's kind of like a bit difficult. But I've sometimes worn those because like if I'm tooling around in the house, like I'll have socks on, like at my friend. This is really my friend's house. They'd have what you call it? They had an outdoor kitchen, and it was actually really cool and stuff. And so we'd be hanging out inside, and of course I'd have my socks on, whatever else. But then going out to the patio or whatever to go ahead and deal with cooking and hanging out on the outside and everything. Like yeah, I wouldn't take off the socks just to put just to like stick my feet in like the flip flops to go walk outside and everything. That's about the only time I might be in socks in flip flops. So that's about it. When seasoning steak, are you a rosemary or a thyme? That depends. That depends on what it is that I'm trying to do. And a lot of times the answer is neither. Salt, pepper, garlic powder. Now, I have done rosemary butter, for example. So I would actually do an herbed butter that I would put on steak. So, but again, when I'm putting stuff up, this is the thing. This is actually another thing that I love to do with my friends. I'm kind of convinced that my friends, that friend in particular, enjoyed inviting me over because I like to cook. He had a nice setup, like in the patio. He had a fire pit. Okay, then over on the side, he had a full outdoor kitchen with a gas grill and then also a green egg smoker. So technically, salt does count as seasoning. So yes, I haven't. Well, I mean, I've done dilled butter, but I haven't done that specifically on steak. I've used dilled butter on vegetables in particular. Okay, and so what I used to love to do is, I mean, yeah, I'd cook steaks on the grill. Gas grills are okay, but like I said, I love cooking with wood. And just for kicks, I actually went ahead and did that as a comparison. So we had these steaks that we put out. I think they were probably like New York strip or something like that. Nothing really too much to write home about. But I did some steaks on the grill, of course. Just basic, just again to keep it simple. We just kept it salt, pepper, and garlic powder. I put half of them out on the gas grill, but then the other half, so where everybody was like hanging around the actual fire pit, I actually threw a grill grate on top of the fire pit, and then did the steaks in the open fire. So, And guess which ones everybody preferred? Yeah, you know what? I am going to say cooking with wood and coal is like probably the best. Absolutely just fantastic. Yeah, and everybody could tell and they noticed the difference. No other differences in season or anything else like that. It was just how they were cooked, over gas versus over actual wood, over open flame. And it wasn't like hickory or anything like that. Not hickory, not apple, just basic oak. I think oak on steak is fantastic. And yeah, roasted garlic. My mom loved doing roasted garlic in the oven. She would actually take the whole cloves. She would just chop off. She would cut off the tops of the cloves to expose, like to expose the actual clove inside the paper and everything. And then she would drizzle it with olive oil, put it in the oven, and let that go. And then after an hour or something at low heat, you could actually just squeeze the cloves out, and it was like paste, and it was just fantastic. That's the best garlic bread ever, where you just literally take the garlic and just squeeze it, and once it's cooked, it's its own spread, and it's just awesome. Another thing that I like to do is put the garlic directly in the fire. Potatoes and well, root vegetables like potatoes, onion, and garlic. I like taking the potatoes, putting them directly in the coals. The onions directly in the coals. Garlic directly in the coals in the fire. So, my best dish, in my opinion, the general consensus among our friends, well, that same friend with the outdoor kitchen, he liked doing these cooking competitions, like a la Iron Chef style, where we'd pick like a theme or an ingredient or whatever else like that, and then we'd make them, and then we would turn around and, well, we would make a dish, and then everybody would kind of judge everybody's dish and vote for who they thought the best was. So yes, if you have never done onions in the coal, no, no. Foil wrap? Nah, you don't need to. Because the outside is going to go ahead and char and everything else like that. Now, blow the coals off so you blow off the excess ash, right? But then the whole idea is you want to char the outside to begin with. So it's charred on the outside, but the inside is fantastic. I have actually seen people do steak directly in the coal, or directly on the coals. I can't be bothered to go that far, just because, like, trying to dust off all the ash and stuff off the steak, ain't nobody got time for that. But yeah, when you have like a large onion, especially like sweet onions like Vidalias, which are humongous, softball sized, onions and everything, when you put those in the coal, and then they caramelize up and everything, and they get that wonderful chars. Yeah, they're charred on the outside, but then they get like this great smoky flavor on the inside. So not only have they caramelized a bit, but then they've also got that smokiness. And if you haven't tried it, definitely the next time if you ever decide to have another cookout and everything, give that a shot. But yeah, as far as my best dish goes, people love it when I grill meat, just in general. I am known for doing barbecue. So any kind of barbecued meat, particularly beef and pork. So if I am going to be doing any kind of grilling, yeah, that's when I notice my friends usually tend to show up. Or like when I've been saving it recently because my new area now, the place I'm in now, I wound up giving up my barrel smoker because I didn't have the space for it. Total bad move on my part. I should have thrown that thing in storage, but whatever. Couldn't really do anything about that. But yeah, if I have when I have room for it, when I have space for it, like I said, at my friend's house, where he's got the fire pit and he's got the gas grill. I mean, sure, I'll use the gas grill, but I love doing stuff in the open fire, like directly on the fire pit and everything. He even my friend even confessed that he was glad that I talked him into buying a grill grate large enough to cover the fire pit, because it's literally it's a built-in fire pit in the middle of his patio. It looks really cool, and the whole fact that he lets me kind of cook on that thing and just do my thing. Well, okay, let's face it. I know why he lets me do it, because everybody eats it. It's hilarious. It could literally be the end of the night. Everybody, all the main dishes are done. Everybody's already eaten and stuff. But then if I break out just a couple of steaks, just because, somebody kind of mentioned it offhand and there's still a fire going, and I just throw those over the coals, next thing you know, everybody wants to eat again. It's just one of those things. You know, I'm not going to chalk it up to me having any particular, special talent on it. I just think it's just because meat cooked that way is just that good. But that could be me. I don't know. Yeah, just a magic second stomach. That's pretty much it. Now, my best dish, I don't know if I guess the other thing that I'm personally known for, like the two times when my family would get together were traditionally there were the summer family get together and then the Christmas party where everybody would get together. So Christmas time, Christmas was interesting because even after my parents got divorced, everybody on my mom's side of the family just they all love Filipino food now. So it was just a mainstay that at the Christmas party we had pancit, which rice noodle dish, pancit and lumpia, which are egg rolls. And so you know, but I tried making pancit once. That wasn't really a big thing. I became known as the dessert guy. So I learned how to make, well, I learned how to make banana pudding just because of the fact that I love banana pudding. Banana pudding is my favorite dessert, hands down. So, and of course, if you guys are used to it in the States and stuff, vanilla wafers or Nilla wafers every time around Thanksgiving and Christmas, like this season, they'd always have their traditional recipe for making traditional banana cream banana pudding from scratch. They would always have posted on the boxes. That's the stuff that I actually grew up with. My grandmother would make that on rare occasion and stuff, and that was like a huge special treat, and so that was always like my favorite thing. So I learned how to make banana pudding, and literally I made it by the book, like directly from like the box. Hey Vin, how's it going? Welcome to the cozy stream where we're talking about food and cooking, and I hope you are not hungry, and I hope you already ate. But yeah, banana pudding, my favorite thing. So banana pudding, I just learned to make. I'd make that a lot. And then sweet potato pie. My family wasn't like the pumpkin. We weren't on the pumpkin side. We were team sweet potato. So we would actually wind up doing sweet potato pie instead of pumpkin pie around Thanksgiving and Christmas. And so I would actually be in charge of desserts. So I would always make banana cream and then also make sweet potato pie, which I learned from mom. And then when mom passed, I kind of took over making the pie and stuff like that. Well, actually, long before she passed, too, she just was like, no, you do it. Which I think now that I look back on it, that's kind of how I learned. She started making me do all the work. What the hell? Never actually thought about that until now. I've been had. But those are the main things that I'm known for: barbecue, grilled meat, um, sweet potato pie, banana pudding. Now there is one more dish that I occasionally make. Basically, the running joke is that if I wind up making it, that that's when you know that I really love you. Well, at least that's what I would used to tell my exes and stuff. Jambalaya, which jambalaya is another one of my favorite dishes to eat. Now, I didn't actually grow up in Nolens, so I mean I have family down there and stuff like that. But again, my people are in Mississippi and everything like that. It's got some of them in Louisiana, whatever. But let's face it, jambalaya. I do like gumbo, but jambalaya is where it's at. I have made it from scratch just because, again, when I make stuff, I don't like doing it from a package or anything like that. I will go through the trouble. I make my own, I make my own shrimp stock. I will buy like whole shrimp. I will, make the shrimp stock. I will shell the shrimp. I will do all the work. And that's the whole reason why I tell people like, okay, you know what? If I go through the trouble of making jambalaya for you, I love you, because I don't do this. I barely do this for myself. All right. You know, I got to be in a mood to make jambalaya, or otherwise be asked apparently very nicely, because it is a total labor of love to do all to go through that much work. And then when I'm gonna make it, I make a lot of it, because that is just way too much work for just one day. So yeah, I don't nearly have a stock part large enough to make jambalaya nowadays. Not the way I would want to. That's why, Sarah, and I love the fact that you've got the space and you're planning on doing your own farm. Like I said, I got mad respect the fact that you want to go ahead and do that, but that you've got the room to do that, I'm totally jealous about that. I think it's great. Because me personally, what I would love to have, I mean, I would love to have an outdoor kitchen, kind of like the way my friend has a setup and stuff. I think that's great. But at the same time, I would also love to be able to have an actual fireplace hearth in the kitchen. I mean, I guess you could also just simply have a brick oven, same deal, but I like the idea of not just a brick oven, but an actual fireplace hearth, just simply because of the fact that, okay, yeah, you could, it would still function just like a brick oven on one hand, because you could put the fire on the side and then put stuff on the directly on the oven surface and just do stuff. But then I also love the whole fact that, okay, with a large hearth opening, if it were a traditional fireplace hearth, you'd actually have the hook where you can go ahead and hang a pot to go ahead and hang it over the coal, or you'd have room for like a Dutch oven that you could put on the side of directly on the side of the fire, or put the coals up. So it'd basically be like having like a fire pit inside the house. So if I could actually have a kitchen that has one of those inside, that'd be great, because I'm the guy that would actually be the one outside grilling in the middle of winter in a snowfall. In fact, I've done it. Temperature control with with coal and with charcoal and wood in winter, a little bit more challenging, but worth it. Chicken nuggets. But yeah, gumbo is my labor of love. And come to think of it, I actually haven't made it in years. So, and that was before COVID and everything. But yeah, just the things I used to love to do. So what about you guys? What are your favorite foods? You've heard me kind of go on forever and just ramble and stuff. You know, I get that it's my stream and all that, but you know, it's not exactly all about me here. What do you guys like? What do, if you guys had a choice to cook anything that you wanted, what's your favorite go-to? A good ramble. It's like I feel like shh, just let the old man speak. He's fine. Go on, go on. Yeah, go. Oh, uncle. Yeah, that's fine. Sure. You know what's Uncle Criso? He's just doing. He's rambling off again, like talking about back in the day. Blah blah blah. It's like, oh yeah. But no, seriously, what do you guys like eating? What are your favorite dishes, or what do you like? What's your favorite dish to eat, and what's your favorite to make? Inquiring minds want to know. $6.30. Standard Hispanic food. Can't cook that much. You're usually on dishwashing duty. Understandable. Understandable. I've been there myself, done that. I happen to be a big fan of Autos Gandules myself. In fact, I actually made some the other day until I ran out of the spice packets. So I've still got rice, I've still got pigeon peas, but I need to restock on I mean, I have Saison, but I don't have anything else that kind of goes into it. So I need to go and refill that to make some more. But yeah, any ones in particular? So just all the standard. You don't have like a main, like a go-to comfort food that you really like? A steak and rice noodle dish with red vinaigrette. That sounds really good. A steak and rice noodle dish. That's pretty interesting. You have to tell me more about that. I'm intrigued. And I don't know. Okay, I think somebody on somebody's stream, somebody had mentioned having never had a taco ever. Oh, you know who it was? I think I was on one of the big streamers or whatever else. It was either Iron Mouse or it might have been Zentrea or somebody, but they had mentioned that Fruit had never had a taco in her life. Now, granted, yeah, man, if I recall correctly, like Fruit's British or whatever, but I mean, you know, I'm pretty sure they've got tacos even in Britain. As long as Jamie Oliver's not making it, you probably should be fine, right? Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, they love it. In fact, it's actually because of Zentrea that I remembered about Taco Tuesdays being a thing. You know, because I just don't think about it. I have tacos whenever I feel like, but now it's like, okay, now I can't get Taco Tuesday out of my head because I've been on Zen stream one too many times on a Tuesday. And I used to live, well, I mean, I mentioned before, I lived in the Puerto Rican neighborhood and stuff. And I also lived not too far from the Mexican neighborhood. So I am no stranger to, especially like small local dives that specialized in burritos, jibaritos, and, tacos and stuff like that. And just, man, I kind of miss it. Where I'm at right now, there's like nothing. It's like I won't say it's a food desert, but it's almost a food desert. Yeah, every day is taco day. You know, it's like nowadays if I want tacos, it's okay. I have to basically pretty much go out and just simply buy the chorizo myself, and the chorizo and the corn tortillas, and I'm good. Which, yeah, I mean that's one of my favorites. I love chorizo. And fresh cilantro if I can find it. Okay, what was I doing? I think I've got everything. I just need to wait for this stuff to finish, right? Then winter is almost here. Don't have to worry about that. So I'm just gonna wait this out with the last bits of the last bits of the farm. And I guess this is gonna come in a couple of days, and that's when I'm gonna finally start getting dairy. Well, actually not yet, because I don't remember. I think a goat is the first kind of animal I get. It's kind of early, but I'm just gonna go ahead and go to the next day. Perfect for the Spirit's Eve. And is there anything that I need to do for it? No. All hat, no cattle. Well, it's like in order to have cows, you must be this tall. You need a minimum. Wait a minute. Is this? Oh, okay. I thought there was going to be another meteor strike or something. Like, what the heck? But yeah, what I was saying is you have to actually have like a large barn before they allow you to have cattle. I think at the beginning, I think the best I can get is like goats or something. Welwick's Oracle, the only show where the voice of the spirits is channeled directly to you. Again, the spirits are pissed. They will do your best to make your life difficult. Today I asked the spirits for help and they said, no, fuck you. Red wine vinaigrette. It's very similar to how you'd make a marinade, minus the ketchup. Red wine, vinegar, soy, some soy sauce, brown sugar, a tiny bit of garlic salt, olive oil, and a bit of honey. That sounds good. That sounds really good. No, I mean, all head no cattle. I have heard that phrase before, but city cowboys. That's pretty funny. I don't know. I don't think I'm exactly a city cowboy. I don't consider myself a cowboy at any stretch, but took you on a date and made it so you stole our recipe. I'd say that was a very good date. Yeah. Have you guys ever actually, like, tried, so you have a date for the a first date with somebody, so you decide to, okay, I'm going to go ahead and try to impress them, and so you try to make something new that you may or may not have necessarily tried making before? I mean, I guess I've done that a couple of times where it's like, all right, I'm gonna try flexing some cooking skill here and make something, but kind of familiar, but a little bit out of my comfort zone. Play Skyrim and had tea with their toys. Nice. So I think that's like the best kind of date where you just kind of sit back and chill and enjoy each other's hobbies. Or ideally, if you have like a common hobby and just something you can share together. So, why is this not working? Okay, there we go. Alien figure named Bert and a T-Rex named Melissa. That sounds cool. One of the best dates you've been on. That actually sounds like it was a lot of fun. And I love that you basically just have fun together, which would be the whole point, right? Okay, tea leaves. Before I forget, I want to make sure that I pet the kitty. Literally. And then water the kitty. And where are the chickens? Oh, you know what? It's the 27th. I need to make sure that I go harvest all the grass. And of course, the chickens. They're hiding in the tall grass. But I need to make sure that I go ahead and harvest all that today. Because I got nothing in the silo. Correct? Yep. I mean, one neat trick that I found out about is that you take especially when you still have like the small coop or the small barn, where you have to manually pull the hay in order to go ahead and, you know, fill the feeding tray instead of the automatic feeder, is that you go through and then you basically take all of the because like you have two choices. You could either like when it comes to storing the hay, the silo only holds 240 stacks of hay, right? It'll only hold 240 pieces. However, you can still put hay in a chest, and a lot of the hay, Sakare Blue, I've missed one. So a lot of the hay I've just simply taken and I pulled out of the hopper after I've actually reaped it, or yeah, after I've reaped it, I pulled it out of the hopper and then put it in a big stack, because obviously I can put it in a chest and it holds a whole lot more than the silo does. So you can either build another silo, which is a total waste of space, or you can just simply go ahead and take the hay and pull it out of the silo, because once when you harvest the hay, it automatically goes into the silo. You pull it out of the silo, put it in a chest, and then of course you could always either feed, like, you know, you can fill like the feeding trays either from, like, you know, the directly from the hay that you have that you pull out of the chest, or you can also take the hay and put it back into the silo, like if you have like automatic hoppers or something like that. So yeah, the random watering stuff. I've got the watering can and stuff as I'm just kind of walking by. It's like, be careful what you're doing, because, you know, wait, what exactly? That's not the post. What's wrong with you? That's the U.S. mail. How could you? Or what did you call it? The watering ASMR? So we're watering, we're doing more watering. That is not what it sounded like, by the way, when we tried to pull that stupid, that cotton plant out of the ground. It was nowhere near as clean sounding as that. Just thought you guys might want to know. Okay, so... So, have I got everything collected? Yep. This game does make for some interesting sounds, doesn't it? Chicken got a haircut. Wait. Free range chicken. It's like, okay. That just basically means you get to run all over the place for now. I love how I just miss the chicken, get all the hay around him. It's like magic. Of course, now that I got this all up, I'm gonna have to make sure that I definitely feed them. Because they're all gonna be like, what the hell'd you do, man? Where's my food? Now we gotta go wander. We gotta go find, like, the one patch left. Is there any more? Okay, there's still some grass. Used to babysit chickens for your neighbor when you went out of town? I kind of wonder what that's like. I mean, so they all had their own unique personalities and stuff. Hey, Selene, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. We're just kind of chilling down on the farm. Well, we're chilling, watching my poor little character do all the darn work, but, you know, hey. It's the beauty, the beauty of video games, right? You have eaten. So what was for... What'd you eat? What was it? Dinner? Oh. What exam did you have? If you don't mind me asking. And how do you think you did? Oh, cool. Congratulations. Good score. 100 is always good. Well, unless it's like the AC, unless it's like the SAT, in which case, well, that did kind of suck. But I'm assuming that's not what you're talking about here. Mega Brain for the win. So cool, cool. Hey Vin, what'd you have for dinner? Or actually, I'm sorry, lunch, right? Or what the heck? It's middle of the morning, I think, for you. Chicken rice. That sounds good. Oh, great. I got it. Let's start getting back. But now, this is the only thing about this particular game. You can't, it's hard to see. And if you don't clean up all those dropped acorns, the dropped seeds from the trees, they'll all sprout up, and none of these trees will actually grow because of the fact that there's no space for them. But you'll wind up burning energy trying to cut them, cut down all the brush. But then it also makes it a pain to try to navigate and move around. Plus, if you collect the seeds, you can actually go ahead and plant them where you want them to be, as opposed to being stuck with wherever they decide to sprout up. Oh, rescued. What I need is, some sashimi, or no, better yet, I don't need any of those yet. See, I should have done the +1 farming. Okay. But it is almost time for the festival, so let me go. Pale ale. Am I gonna have time? Yeah, I got a little bit of time. Not, well, not permanently stuck per se, but yeah, I have gotten trapped, and I have actually gotten to the point where, because you can always cut yourself out with your axe, right? But the problem is, if you run out of energy, then you pass out. And then, of course, if you pass out, automatically goes to the next day. You wind up getting billed because, oh, we found you, we found you outside and passed out and blah, 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 blah. And, so you want to try to avoid that. You definitely want to avoid that where possible. So I need to clear up my inventory so that I can go unencumbered to the... Although I don't think there's anything to buy at the festival, I don't think, but just in case, I want to make sure I drop all this stuff off. Where'd I put the artichokes? Is it in this one? Yes, there we go. And I'm just going to go ahead and throw these in here for now so I can clear out that space. And okay, it has begun, so let's just head over to the town square. Wait, what? Why am I... Oh, okay, there's something in the way there. Okay. Why, yes, I have had a productive fall, thanks for asking. Okay, so there is something that I can buy. The rare crow, gravestone, jack-o'-lantern recipe. It's like, I guess I could buy the recipe, but I definitely want to go ahead and why not? I'll pick up the rare crow just because I can. I do not need a funky rug. I don't really care about the jack-o'-lanterns so much. Unless there's like an Easter egg or something from making one, but I don't know. And I just don't know about the idea of decorating with a gravestone. It's like, okay, maybe seasonally just for the heck of it, but... Or, you know what? The chickens or the cat doesn't just pass away, right? Because otherwise I'd, put a gravestone there just for, what the hell, just for one, just because that might be an interesting thing, like a memento. Here lies Archimedes. He was a fine companion. Don't get too close to the cage. Right. Because I finally started encountering these guys in the dungeon. It's not like I can't deal with them. I have no idea why these skeletons are walking. Yeah, that makes total sense. Except, you live in a world of magic, where magic is an actual thing. Because then otherwise it's like, yeah, a bunch of bones, technically not even held together with ligaments or anything. It's like, okay. Why is there no more pumpkin ale? Because your local brewer has been busy making regular ale. So, I would talk to him. Emily. She carved them herself. Mouthful. I don't remember her saying that last time. That's funny. Kent. Never change, Pam. That strange man who lives in the tower set it all up himself. He wouldn't let anyone near while he was working on it. Because you get caught up in all the magics. I actually haven't made a lot of stuff with pumpkin in it. I mean, I've mentioned making sweet potatoes post pumpkin pie, but I've never actually tried making a pumpkin pie. But otherwise, I mean, I know you can have like things like pumpkin soup and stuff because pumpkin, sure, it's a fruit, but it's a squash, right? I don't think I've actually had a whole lot of pumpkin dishes when I think about it. I think I need to cook more. Well, okay, I think that's not exactly accurate because I did once Japanese pumpkin kabocha. I did buy that once, and I did actually make like a a soup with it in it. But I think that's like the only thing that I've actually done. I haven't done like regular like American type pumpkin. So I'm kind of curious what that would be like. And then could possibly be interesting. Uh, like pumpkin butter. Like apple butter, but use pumpkin instead. That sounds like it could be good. I love how the fact that he's got an iridium infused mace, but you can't buy it from him. So, but good to know. And that's right, the only other thing to do is to go up into the maze, right? Okay, Myron's lost. It's Harvey. Hey. I think this game is just kind of fun to listen to. The soundtrack is relatively chill. Oh, that's right, you can't go inside. The whole fact that there's just like a TV here with like random, well, it's snow, or random static, and then an occasional funky image. I mean, okay, just a TV is not something that I would expect to find in an outdoor maze to begin with. Get to it. There's got to be a secret passage somewhere. Now, this being year 2, I kind of wonder, is it any different? Because so far, it's pretty much the same as it was last year. Looks like it's going to be about the same. Yep. The Golden Pumpkin. It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. Or, wait. There we go. So it'd be nice to be able to talk to those two guys, but there's no way to get up there. Oops. I need to hydrate for a minute. By the way, if you guys haven't actually seen or checked out a couple of other people, if you get a chance, wait. Definitely give Solane, this is Solane, a look.
What a tiny doghouse. Very tiny.
She does some really cool stuff with her V-Roid and everything. She's working on a new version of her V-Roid model.
Puppy?
I would definitely take a look and see. Her stream is actually pretty funny. It's fun to watch. Same with Vendetta. Definitely. Vin is actually another fun person. Which it kind of feels like most of you guys on here who are watching pretty much know each other. Which is funny because it makes sense because that's I think how more or less how I found most of you guys anyway. And sorry if the volume on that, if anybody was kind of lurking and chilling and just kind of vibing and stuff, if that was a little bit loud, I apologize about that just suddenly popping out like, my bad. But yeah, definitely, if you guys haven't already, have a look, see what they're about and stuff, and if you like what you see, by all means, drop them a follow. But yeah, we are mostly, I think most of us here know each other through other people already on, who are already on the channel and already kind of watching and following. So it's just, yeah, we're all friends here. So any newcomers who aren't already familiar, by all means, have a look. Lots of interesting people, which one person, that's who it was. One person I haven't been able to, and I didn't set up a command to do this properly yet, but one person that I don't want to miss in all this. Whoops. Crap, I lost my page. I'm actually still working on this, so one thing that I do want to do, it's kind of cool to be able to grab the shorts and stuff, or to be able to do the calls. I'm currently looking at the YouTube API, because kind of like how there's a call out where you can actually check out the video clip and do a quick playback of the video of a random clip on Twitch. There's currently not something like that for YouTube that I've seen. And so I'm kind of looking at the YouTube API to see if something like that can be done. So that's a little something that I'm actually working on the side. But for now, if you have not, in the meantime, I gotta kind of do this manually, but although it feels weird. But yeah, Sarantina, she was on earlier, which she may or may not be lurking. It's hard to tell because I found out that the viewer count or whatever isn't always accurate. It doesn't really show who's actually on, who's actually lurking and stuff. So Saren, if you're still around, you're hiding. But definitely Sarantina does a lot of Magic the Gathering, and she also does like Kingdom Hearts and stuff. But yeah, she is another great person that I've been following for a little bit, and just a lot of fun. means, go hit her up over on YouTube if you get a chance and check her out. But yeah, you know what? You're right, Bez. We're all pretty much intermingled. Between just the people that we followed, you know, from following each other and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, you know, we all kind of know each other in that regard. So it's kind of a nice little community of VTubers. Like our own gen, you know how like they talk about the different generations of VTubers and stuff, like for the different groups like VShojo, Nichisanji, blah blah blah. It's, I think everybody who's like in their same general grouping. I like to think that we're all kind of, you know, similar VTubers in the sense that we're all at the same growth level. So it's kind of nice to just sit and grow together in our own little local community. I think it's pretty cool. So I think I've done everything. I think I've seen everything that I need to over here, right? Yeah. Everybody's all self-contained. There's just this in the maze, so I am all good. I guess it's time to be done with the festival. The Great Pumpkin. Hallelujah. Oh, but you know what? Before I retire, I want to make sure that I deal with feeding the hops so that I can have that part good to go. Kind of seems like it would be cool that if I could ideally set this up so that I could actually have enough barrels where I could do like a set of, you know, barrels and just put different stuff in and offset it by a day. Oops, it's already 1:20. I need to hurry up and hustle before I pass out. Tomorrow's weather, what's it going to be? It is cloudy with gusts of wind. Oh. Huh. It's like my neighbors dropped something or something above us, directly above me. It's a little startling. Like, all right. So, last day of fall. The spirits just had a bad fall. I think there was maybe one day in the entire season that they were like happy. So otherwise at best they were neutral and they were mostly just kind of upset. So I don't know who pissed in their Wheaties, but man. And what is this? Ooh, fiddlehead risotto. So this is new. But you know what? I have not seen a single fiddlehead, and I'm pretty sure they're supposed to grow in the fall. And I have not seen one yet. So, is that a thing where they're supposed to... Pretty sure that they're supposed to grow during the fall. Oh no, they were a summer thing. Okay, so I'm already way past making those up. Okay. Well then. Okay, food-wise, what have I got? Oh, so that's where I put those other... Excuse me. Okay, so let's see here. So wait, what is this? This is a large egg. Why are you not over here? No, because there's no space. Wow, that first row is nothing but eggs. That's pretty wild. Okie doke. And let's put the pumpkin away. Looks like these are very quickly becoming like my junk drawers with junk trunk. What's in this other fridge? Is anything? No, just one pumpkin. And the last day of the month for getting my tea leaves. So you guys are not going to grow in time. It's my last cranberry. At least I had some artichokes coming in. It's like, okay, I must have... Or wait, I think... Were these eggplants? Yeah, I think these were eggplants. So... Well... And you guys are wandering around and you're probably hungry. Let's put this stuff over here. Yeah, you guys are probably sitting there foraging, trying to figure out, hey, where's the eats? So now I'm gonna have to make sure, now that winter's here and the grass isn't gonna grow, I need to make sure that I cover that. Fortunately, I have plenty, so that's not going to be an issue. Don't have to worry about any watering. Okay. And that's pretty much it for the crops. Hey, the barn, it is built. So I got the barn over here. I'm still gonna keep the trees for collection and then the orchard here. So this one isn't gonna grow. See, do I have a tap on this one? No, I do not. So I think I can... Or no, I do. So, yeah, I'm gonna keep that. But I can let that one grow. I definitely need to thin out the forest a bit. But before that, let's take a look in here. Okay, so I guess I'd better go see Marnie and see who I can stick in here. I mean, I could put a bunch of... I could use that as storage, but... I'm gonna go ahead and make sure that I get some animals and stuff instead. So first, I want to make sure I harvest all the grass. Because otherwise it's just wasted. What the heck is that? Oh, it's just one of those things. Never mind. Thought it was something new and exciting. Oh, welcome back. And yeah, you know what? I'm surprised I'm already at 31 followers. So that's coming pretty quickly, or quicker than I thought it really would. But yeah, I just need to get the current viewers, I guess, over or something like that. And thanks, I appreciate that. You know, I'm glad you think I'm cool for an old fart. And Just having fun. Sitting here playing games. Trying to chill. Do relaxing stuff. That kind of thing. Oh wait, Marnie's this way. Okay, what's this? Another cutscene. Or no, it's not. It's just... They're just hanging. Wait, it's 5 p.m. already? Wow. I literally had just... Time flies. Well, I guess I'm not getting animals today. Growing really steady. You're gonna abuse the point system a lot, huh? Well, I'm still thinking about what kind of stuff to do for redeems and things like that. I think the last, like a couple of streams ago or whatever, I had some fun with that, like what kind of ideas for redeems. So, absolute hydrate and stretch, which, you know what, I should probably do that now anyway. At least the stretching part. God, I hope you guys didn't hear all that creaking. But so yeah, the standards: hydrate, stretch, posture check. Yes, proof that yes, he is indeed getting up and actually stretching. Well, okay, I didn't get up yet, but yeah, I should do that now. Although I do need a longer headphone cable probably, so I gotta take these off to go ahead and stand up. Just because. Oh, ow, ow, ow. Ooh. Okay, nope. Alright, I do have to be a little careful with the stretch. So yeah, today I actually did have this might be a little TMI, but I did have like a doctor appointment today, and they did it was a dermatology thing, so they did like a quick they did like a biopsy check, you know, the standard tests or whatever. But so yeah, they did like a biopsy, so they took a little cut and so I've got a couple of stitches in from when they did stuff, so forgot about that. And yeah, stretching, gotta be careful how far I stretch, because that's not conducive to stitches, or at least fresh stitches. So, all right, we'll go easier on the stretching for a couple of days at least. I mean, yeah, it's stung a little bit, no big deal. I just kind of forgotten about it because, you know what, it itches slightly, but I hadn't, you know, but other than that, I'm just not thinking about it, at least until I got up and actually tried to stretch. And I'm like, oh, hey, wait, that's right. Whoops. Okay, so sitting chair stretches, fine. You know, the whole standing, moving, you know, from side to side, get the back stretch part, that's cool. But yeah, torso stretching, just no, that's out. Everything else is fine though. But yeah, posture check, hydrate, stretching. And then maybe a couple of voice redeems. Sage advice redeem. Boy, that could be stretching it for me. Sage advice. What would I impart upon the masses? Of course, when you're put on the spot to come up with good advice, especially just general advice, nothing really comes to mind unless you're actually looking at something like, oh, you know. Because then otherwise it's like, okay, what's wisdom of the ages? Kind of like, don't when you're at the bar, avoid like reaching for the beer nuts because the guy before you has already touched his own, something like that. It's like, yeah. That'd be funny. Oh, I like that fortune cookie stuff. That would be hilarious. That's actually a great idea. I'll have to make a list of stuff like that. Pun redeem. You know, I kind of joke about the whole like uncle thing and being like the uncle VTuber and whatnot such, but then when I really think about it, it's like, do I actually know dad jokes? I've probably been cracking them without thinking about it, but then, all right, what exactly dad jokey thing do I know? So, It's like, I don't know. I probably won't hit it until somebody goes, oh God, total dad joke, something like that. I'm definitely going to go ahead and do the script redeem kind of thing. So if there's something that you actually want me to go ahead and say, then yeah, I could actually just go ahead and say it on stream. Besides like the standard good girl, boy, good girl, good boy, or bad girl, bad boy, depending on, well, whatever mood you're in, I don't know. Yes, definitely. If the line makes you uncomfortable, allowed to refuse it. If the line is either, too uncomfortable or could get me banned, yeah, I have the right to refuse it. Although, well, no, I have some people that I follow that have the good girl, good boy redeem. Actually, Lumi, that's one of your redeems, isn't it? Everybody's always begging you to call them a good girl or good boy. That was the whole thing. That was the whole thing about the other day, like the redeem and stuff like that, or the joking about it. Just the whole, Lumi, you've been such a good girl. You just deserve a nice hug and a squeeze. Something like that. I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to always be like down bad. Although, yeah, there are probably going to be quite a few people. I mean, I don't necessarily have to be down bad all the time. It's fun on the occasion, but then, yeah, when you overdo it, I guess it depends on the overall vibe. But yeah, it'd be fun stuff. Doing what? I'm not doing anything on this, per se. Doing this on purpose. What exactly do you mean? Doesn't bother you as much as long as people aren't creepy or demanding about it. Oh, teasing on purpose? Well, okay, yeah, that I am definitely doing. I admit it freely. That's not a problem, is it? But yeah. So, no, Celine, those are some really good ideas. Lumi, also, thanks. Appreciate it. because I have no idea what people might want me to add or do and stuff like that. Bez did that. Bez had me do that recording the other day of the well, he had that meme redeem or whatever of his with like, you know, the Godzilla, like that whole thing, like that wasn't a very cash money thing of you to do. It just seems weird putting that on my own channel though, you know? It's totally cool to have it on Bez's thing because it's on his channel it sounds funny, but for me to sit there and do it, it's, I don't know, not quite as funny. It doesn't seem. Although I do want to put up. So when he was doing that, when he was setting that up earlier, actually, hang on a second. Let me take this because it is the end of the day here. And it is about time. Or actually, it's already the end of the day and stuff. So I am going to cut this out and go to the title. So yeah, it's already been about 3 hours of Stardew. I think we're kind of good on that for the moment. But let me kind of come up over to here for a little while. So yeah, a little bit more chill. So part of the issue with redeems is that it depends on your vibe and your chat and what they want. You can throw up a bunch of stuff. You gotta see what sticks and what doesn't. Some people in my chat are down bad, but not everyone is, and not all the time. So there has to be other stuff too. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's got to be stuff that fits the mood and fits the people who are currently in. You know, I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable or anything like that. And then at the same time, you know, because like, you know, there are some people who are, I'm not going to say sweet and innocent necessarily, but certainly definitely not with that, not down with flirting or anything else like that. And again, not trying to isolate or kind of feel or have anybody feel put out and stuff. But it all depends on the vibe that you got. So. Yeah. And like I said, I'm perfectly fine with like, you know, with people kind of going down bad and stuff. But again, it's not all the time, and it's time and place, you know? It's always about time and place. Yeah, a gentle lady degen. That's exactly it. Yeah, perfectly fine with being a degen when the moment calls for it, or you know, when the vibe goes that direction, things like that. But you know, when we're sitting here just having a like, you know, a normal talk and stuff, it's like I don't personally feel the need to have to throw up like innuendo every single time. Now, whether or not that's going on in my actual head is a completely different matter, but I don't have to just say it out loud, is my point. But, oh yeah, one of the things that I was saying. So, Bez had me do that one voice over for that one redeem of his. And when he was testing it, it was just this funny thing because he didn't realize that it was on loop. And, you know, when you first set up, when you're first setting something up, I think OBS kind of puts it where it's not necessarily on monitor. So while it might be like, you know, looping on channel, but you can't really hear it immediately. So he sets this thing up and it wasn't working correctly. It was getting cut off, and he didn't realize that the thing was looping. So all you heard for a moment was, that wasn't very cat. That wasn't very cat. That wasn't very cat. That wasn't very cat. And I wasn't exactly paying attention at the time because, you know, I had him like on a side screen while I was working, but then that suddenly came up while I was like, I had just put down my drink, which the timing was better that way because, you know, if I had been in the middle of drinking, I probably would have done a spit take when, you know, because you're not really prepared to suddenly hear your voice just repeating, doing that out of nowhere. But it was hilarious. So yeah. So I thought it'd be kind of funny. It's like having a redeem where that was very cat. Just kind of like as an offshoot of that, but who knows? Maybe that's just very in-jokey. So, sorry, excuse me. Okay, sorry about that. I had to just kind of check. I think I might have stressed that one stitch a little bit much. It's like, oops. Probably have to change the bandage a little bit later, but yeah. It happens. Yeah. I mean, no real big deal. I tend to like toss and turn a bit in my sleep, so that could have also just as easily had happened, and you know, waking up, you know, with that sensation probably wouldn't have been pleasant. So I'm kind of glad that it happened while I was awake, so that I wouldn't startle myself awake later. Would be the best way to put it. So it's all good. But let's see here. So that was actually pretty interesting. I mean, I did have a little bit of a late start. Wait, what the heck? It's 1:17? How did that happen? I mean, I think I started about 15 minutes late, so I mean, according to this, I've only been going for 3.5 hours. Which, still not bad overall. But I think I'm just gonna hang a little bit. Well, you know what? See, the whole thing, better than me, you try to test a half hour early and end up going live about that many minutes, but I don't think I've gotten quite the hang of really kind of going live just yet, because it always seems like the first few minutes of my stream I'm doing live sound checks like on stream and stuff, like, okay, can you hear me? Is this all good? Like the old commercials. Can you hear me now? Good. Yeah. making sure that everything's kind of cool, minimizing the scuff. The reason actually I was late was because I had an issue with my secondary computer that I use to watch. I don't actually have a dual monitor setup. I've got actually two separate computers. They're both Macs. So excuse me. Sorry, I needed to hydrate. But I mean, I've got my main machine is a 27-inch iMac. Yeah, and it's circa 2015. So unfortunately, it's got like the low end video card, which I mean, it's a decent graphics card. It's a decent GPU, but it's like it's not a performance grade by any stretch. I mean, it gets the job done. It does okay, but OBS is a pretty big resource hog. And my second machine, because I noticed that Stardew Valley, or like if I try to play games and stream, like Stardew Valley will start to kind of lag if I have the Twitch dashboard running on the same machine. So I started putting that up over on my second monitor, which is it's an even older Mac, smaller Mac, but it's like circa 2011. So I mean, that thing is like ancient as far as hardware goes. But it would not connect earlier, so I decided to kind of give it a quick restart, but then it wasn't connecting and it wasn't coming up properly. I had to restart it again. It took a little bit to actually kind of get it back up and running and get everything logged back in to do its thing. So I was a little late, kind of coming on, but got everything else loaded up, so it worked out, I think. I mean, honestly, I don't think exactly anybody really noticed, so I think it's all good. Yeah, I know. Nobody noticed. Nope, not at all. Nope, that's because nobody was here. I mean, maybe in the future, I won't exactly be able to get away with it. But then at the same time, I mean, okay. I think this is like Zentrea is famous for being late and stalling. So I think it's kind of funny. You know, she habitually starts late. So, not that I'm saying that, hey, be like Zen. Although, you know, being like Zen isn't the bad thing necessarily, but, you know, now we're getting philosophical puns and it's not the same thing. But you peeked in for a second, had to take a phone call. I mean, that's cool. It's all good. I appreciate you all being here and hanging out, regardless of whether you're here live and active or lurking, or, you know, if you're going to catch the VOD later. I think it's all good. So, and in fact, like I said, more people apparently lurk than I thought. So they don't apparently always show up on the viewer account or, you know, even as the full user list on something like Chatterino. I'm like, okay, well, for all of you who are here and just listening and vibing and maybe dozing off or have me in the background while you're doing anything else, you know, glad to have you around. Hope you're enjoying the vibe and enjoying just chilling, you know, and again, glad you're here. I'm glad that you found a place to hang and let go. So I'm glad I could be that for you. So, uh, yeah, I don't really see any reason not to. Because, all right, drop the decade. Well, I mean, I think the beauty of it is, on one hand, there isn't really anybody on and paying attention so much. I mean, the people who are already here, who, may or may not have already heard it, it's like, well, okay, nothing I can do about that anyway. You all know, my secrets. Which, okay, so what's the big secret? It's like, all right, fine. I'm probably about as old as Dan Tansky. And he likes to joke about being an old fart. That's okay. That's pretty much about it. Yeah, it's like, okay, I'm old enough to be your big brother. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. It's like, okay, just listen to Uncle Krisu. So it's like, whatever, own it. I doubt that people are going to kind of go back this far. Does anybody actually watch the VODs all the way through, or do they just kind of skim stuff and just kind of look for the good parts or anything like that? I don't really know how that works. Is it a thing where I should even really be I don't think it's a thing where I should really be concerned about it. And you know what? I'm not really trying to hide my age, because I think it's pretty obvious just from the vibe that I am not a Zoomer. So I don't really think it's that big of a deal. But it's just the whole thing, like, okay, I mean, as long as people aren't like, thinking like, oh, I'm just like an old creepy, like I said, I want to avoid the whole creepy old man trying to be a VTuber vibe. As long as I'm staying away from that, yeah, okay, fine, that's whatever. I'm not going to sweat the small stuff. Yeah, see, now that's the trick, okay? I think I had Stardew Valley on pause when I mentioned it. So I was like right in the middle of it. So it looks like I was grinding anyway. So people might look at that and just go, okay, grind, skip. So we're all good. But I mean, and that's the whole thing. Part of the whole thing about my stream that I'm trying to cultivate is the vibe and background noise bit. So that is a little bit of the thing. But hey, maybe if people were just too busy vibing, whatever else, they might have missed the bomb anyway, so whatever. But, yeah, like I said, I'm not really trying to hide anything anyway, so I'm not really too worried about it. I make enough get off my lawn jokes as it is, so it's like whatever. It's all good. I think for like the next little bit, I'm just gonna go ahead and switch up to just chatting and like, do some late night vibe. Let me change this to just chatting, because I'm trying to practice and do this properly. Okay. So we are now a just chatting stream for like the last half hour before I call it out, or call it quits for the night. How do you do, fellow kids? Yeah, exactly. A sound routine for Get Off My Lawn. I'm gonna have to find a good one. Or, I don't know, maybe I can do one, but I think there's probably got to be a funny one of somebody actually yelling it, like a yelling, "Get off my lawn!" It would be even better if I can actually find a clip of Red from that 70s show saying that. I don't think he actually ever says it though, but that would actually be a pretty funny clip, I think. That would be a funny sound redeem. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the beauty of it is I'm far from being close to the oldest VTuber or streamer out there. Like that one that grandma VTuber or whatever, the literal 80-year-old that does it, I think is awesome. 80-year-old gaming grandma or something. I actually forget what her actual Twitch name is, but there's actually a couple. There's like I think there's a VTuber, and there's also like just like a couple regular streamers and stuff, and I'm like, yay. Cause yeah. Besides, like I said, apparently, according to the internet, I've already said this a couple of times, but yeah, according to the internet and people here on the other people I've seen like on Twitch and stuff, apparently on the internet, a boomer is anybody with adult insurance rates. Once you hit 25, it's like, hey, look, now you're adulting, you're a boomer. I'm like, all right, fine, be that way. There's actually, you guys ever see the movie Fried Green Tomatoes? So, yeah, a lot of people think they're old when they're really not at all. I mean, I get that, old is just simply a matter of how you feel and stuff. But so yeah, if you feel crotchety and broken down and like you're falling apart and everything, I mean, first of all, if that's you at 24, you need to like change your diet or something, or do something. Or if it's like a physical issue, it's like I'm sorry for you, but but like other people, it's like, I'm so old, and you're just basically posturing and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, you know what, you just turned legal age to drink in the US. It's like, you have no idea yet. You have no idea what it's like actually getting old. Stay tuned. Yeah, so Fried Green Tomatoes is it's a Kathy Bates movie. And I forget like a lot of the details. Oh, come on. Who hasn't? If you're a certain age, there is just a point where all of those, I won't even call it B-roll, but the D-roll, like grindhouse type of movies, like the Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, that's a cult classic. And even before it was a cult classic, there's like a whole slew of those kind of movies, Killer Clowns from Outer Space, that whole thing. I mean, you gotta appreciate a whole bunch of those off the D-roll, But yeah, Fried Green Tomatoes was a movie with Kathy Bates, and it was her kind of coming into her own type of movie and stuff. And I forget exactly what it was, but she was like learning from, I don't remember the name of the older actress and stuff, but but the movie essentially, a good part of it was Kathy's character kind of coming into her own and essentially growing a pair. But there was a one scene in the movie that just kind of strikes me. And it's whenever I talk about like, you know, the insurance rate and just the and that whole thing, I always think about that one scene from the movie. There's a scene in the movie where she's in a parking lot at a grocery store or whatever else like that, or in the mall, I forget. But she's like waiting for a parking spot, and she gets parking spots sniped by a couple of young teenagers or whatever. And so, you know, they basically cut her off while she's trying to get to the parking space and like go and park and stuff. And she's like, Kathy Bates is like, excuse me, I was waiting, I was trying to get into that spot. And you know, the two girls, or what, the two teeny boppers, are like, can't face it, lady, we're younger and faster. And this is the part where Kathy's like, oh really? And so she basically takes her car, and it looks like she's about to drive off, and then she suddenly just changes her mind, and she has that, you know what, fuck it moment, and she pulls back, and then she like drops on the accelerator, drops the hammer, and just rams full on into the car and T-bones their car. And then, like, you know, basically comes back and then does it again and kind of pulls off and stuff. And the two kids are looking at her like, what the hell are you doing? And she kind of, as she's about to drive off, she kind of pulls up to them and then kind of looks at them and goes, face it, kids, I'm older and have more insurance. And then just drives off. I'm like, yeah, see, therein is the difference. That's when you're adulting. When you know your insurance is just going to go ahead and spike, but you know it's fine. Plus, the other thing is knowing full well that, you know, that anybody under 25, they get in an accident, their insurance rates are automatically going to spike. Oh, she was totally for that. She was all kinds of wrong. But at the same time, it's one of those, you know, that some of us have been thinking about. I'm not saying that, well, okay, I may or may not have done it when I was younger. I'm not going to claim one way or the other. There may have been a time where somebody did try to be a jerk. Was a jerk move with me, and I might have lost my temper a little bit. But yeah, may or may not have on finding a parking spot and, you know, basically pulling up. There may or may not have been a person who was waiting to get into a parking lot when I was, like, you know, in uni. And while they were, you know, so there was a line for the parking lot, and it just pulled into the area. And there also happened to be somebody who was pulling out of just a parking spot on the street. Now, I wasn't in line in the parking. I wasn't in line to go into the lot, you know. And of course, if you're in line for the lot, it's not like you're waiting for somebody to come out on, you know, on the street necessarily. So, and I had literally just gotten there. Somebody was pulling out, and it wasn't like anybody had pulled over and was like, you know, had their turn signal on. So nobody was apparently waiting for the space. So when they pulled out and stuff, it's like, okay, I pulled in and parked. It's like no big deal. And suddenly, the person who was waiting to go ahead and turn into the lot starts screaming at me about, you know, having taken their spot. And I'm just kind of like, you're turning into the lot. What has this got to do with you? And then it just so happens he pulled out of line, and then somebody else happened to pull out on the spot, you know, on the street. And so he parked over there. I was still in my car getting my stuff together. This guy, as he's walking past me, starts making idle threats at me and stuff, saying you shouldn't go taking other people's spots, you know, and you're gonna get hurt. And I'm like, I'm gonna get hurt, am I? Oh, really? You know, it's like things will he's basically like, you know, it's like, you know, you don't want things happening to you. And I'm just like, yeah, over a parking spot. People are tripping. And just kind of the whole, really. And you're gonna be passive aggressive about it. You're gonna make these remarks and walk past my car as opposed to, actually saying anything directly where I might get out my car. I'm like, all right, that's fine. You're gonna be like that. So, kind of did my business, kind of hung out and everything. And then at school, it came back. And, when I was like leaving, I happened to see his car was still there. And I had a moment to myself to kind of consider, I could be petty. I could be destructive. And I may or may not have made a less than stellar choice at that time. And I may or may not have actually waited for him for about half an hour to see what would happen. But again, I was young, I was impetuous, and I had a temper like hell, so. Confess your sins. Yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly proud of it, and I'm certainly older, wiser, more insurance. Yeah, people want to talk a mad game, but when it kind of comes down to it, like, like getting called out for it, it's like, okay, you had the nerve to go ahead and talk about to talk smack, but what really are you going to do about it? It's like, no, I was just venting. It's like, okay, you need to be careful who you vent to, fool. I mean, it wasn't a very particularly big action. It wasn't like, anything too crazy. But that moment in fried green tomatoes did occur to me for a moment. I won't say that I went that far. Of course, this is also back in the days before the fact that everybody had cell phones and everybody had cell phones with cameras and stuff. So it's like, hey, this was before the who took a picture of Little Richard? Who took the picture of Little Richard? Oh wait, I'm carbon dating myself again. Never mind. Forget I said that. You didn't hear that. There's nothing here. Nothing to see here. Back in the day, cell phones weren't a thing. Yeah, right. But yes, we're here about positive vibes. Positive. Feel good. Feel free. Let go. Relaxing. But I am not afraid to tell us an embarrassing story or two about the impetuousness of my past. My past self, that is. I mean, those kind of moments of mine are few and far in between. I had a really great role model. My dad had a temper that was just ridiculous. I remember actually I was mildly traumatized as a kid at seeing my dad get into Some kind of fight. I don't remember what the deal was, and I didn't actually see all the details of the fight because my mom pulled us away, my brother and I, and everything. We were real little at the time and stuff, but yeah, there was an argument, some kind of argument outside the house, like regarding. I think that argument had to do with, because I'm pretty sure it was cold, it was winter and stuff. So it might have had to do something with like dibs, and just winter parking or something like that, something stupid, and just somebody road raging and arguing and whatnot, ish and stuff, and something otherwise stupid. I don't really, like I said, I don't remember the details. I remember it involved like people getting out of the cars, dad getting into a fight, and I remember dad coming back and he was like a little bit scratched up because I guess the woman that was with the guy he was arguing with decided to jump in on the action or some other goofy crap. I don't really remember how it went down, but yeah, that was like my dad would be like that sometimes, and that was just kind of the lesson that I got, from having that as a role model, was kind of more like I have a tendency to stand down more often, just simply because it's not really worth just escalating to that point. Now, if it's unavoidable, fine, but you know what, if it can be avoided and everything, even if I was part of like the escalation and stuff, I'll still back down just because it's as a general rule, it's not worth going all that way. I'm not saying that sometimes it's just not worth it, but for the most part. Conduct yourself like someone who's grown and developed to handle that stuff better. Give off trained fighter. Maybe. I can't really say how trained I am because I don't see. That saying, you don't really need a dog. You don't need a dog. You just need a dog house. It's kind of like that. If you look like you can handle yourself in a fight, then that's a lot of times as good as being able to handle yourself in a fight, because if it doesn't, the ideal situation is if it never escalates to that point in the first place, so yeah. Which, by the way, I actually like parking on the farthest side because there's always a lot of pedestrian car traffic. I'd rather hang back and not deal with that. It's like, yeah. I think the funniest thing that I've seen with regards to that parking kind of setup is because like everybody thinks that the guy who takes up 2 spots intentionally, we all pretty much think that, yeah, he's a jerk, right? But I've actually seen, I think the funniest thing that I saw was that, there are people who will go ahead and park literally all the way on the far side of the parking lot because, yeah, they don't want anybody parking around them because, they don't want dents in their car or whatever else. Totally legit. If you have an expensive car and, you don't want anybody to dent it up, I think it is much cooler of you to go park on the far side, as opposed, on the far side of the lot, as opposed to parking like, dead center and everything and doing something like a jerk move and taking up 2 spaces. Although I do think that the funniest thing that I did see was somebody who parked literally on the far end of the lot. And again, totally, this was like practically an abandoned part of the parking lot. but they either just because it was abandoned, and they just didn't care because it was empty, or they just did it on principle. Who knows? But this, how people like the joke, like you think like people who will literally park perpendicular to the parking spot. So not just like take up 2 spaces just because they parked over like the middle of a line, but they'll literally pull in like sideways into a spot, which you really kind of can't do that without taking a whole lot of effort in the middle of a busy parking lot. But like in an empty parking spot, yeah, that's no big deal. You just have to pull up on the thing, right? But they actually did that in like the part of the in the abandoned part, the emptiest part of the lot. And I'm like, wow, you not only did you pick the far end of the lot, but you made sure. It's like, okay. I actually just thought it would be kind of funny that if somebody were to go ahead and if they saw this parking spot, because like they were literally taking up 3 parking spots because of the fact that they were parking like sideways. But I actually thought it'd be kind of funny just if 2 people happened to notice this and literally parked on the 2 sides of that. I mean, if, like I said, if they're all the way at the end of the lot, I really don't care. I mean, if they did that in the busiest part of the lot, I'd be like, yeah, dick move. But again, they're all the way off in the skirts. I just, at that point, it's just kind of hilarious that you'd even bother. You know what I mean? Unless, like I said, you just happen to pull up that way and you were ignoring, the driving lane in the first place and you just decided to park there, which in that case, it's kind of like, well, why bother with whatever? So, yeah, I just thought it was like the funniest thing I'd ever seen that they'd actually bothered to do that. And it seemed like it didn't seem like they just kind of pulled in and pulled up that way just because of the fact that it was so perfectly perpendicular. It wasn't like they just kind of pulled in and like, okay, they were at an angle or whatever else. No, it's like they did it so perfectly that it was absolutely intentional, which was just hysterical. But I'm like, okay, hey, you don't want to dent your expensive car? That's cool. If you don't mind the walk, I had respect for it. Much better than being a jerk for everybody and inconveniencing people in the middle of the lot. I used to be a fighter, but haven't thrown a punch since I was a kid. I would get folded. Well, to be honest, I was probably like, well, first I was a short, skinny kid, and then I guess I turned into the short, fat kid. But I got beat up a lot in public school. I got put into private school because I kept getting picked on and beaten up and stuff. So, yeah, that was a kind of a thing. So I guess I didn't stop being the short fat kid. I mean, I finally had a growth spurt like sophomore year of high school or whatever. Like between sophomore and junior year, a couple of things happened. I had like a pretty decent growth spurt, and then I also discovered the gym, like the actual workout room at my high school. And so like free weights and stuff like that. And that was the part where I guess I stopped being the short fat kid for a bit. But the interesting thing about that is it's about perception. Because, and this is, I guess, where a lot of my cluelessness and stuff still kind of comes into play, because of the fact that I was always for the longest time, I was like one of the kids who was always like picked on and whatever else. It's like I was, the one of the geeks scorned by like all the girls and most of the girls in class. I won't say all. I did actually have a couple of friends, but but yeah, it was kind of like ordinarily it'd be like for example, I brought a tennis racket to school once because I was going to play tennis in the park afterwards or whatever with some of my other friends. And one of the older grades, because it was weird because we actually had like dual grades, you know, in like our classes or whatever in this private school, whatnot. Like, yeah, one of the older, you know, the class above us, like, you know, kind of came in and picked up the racket, thinking, you know, because like I was showing it to another one of the older, you know, the older grade schoolers, whatever, and we were talking about it. She comes by, picks up the racket and stuff, and he's like, "Oh, really nice racket and stuff." It's like, "Okay, you play a lot," and then, you know, he mentioned that it wasn't, you know, it's like I mentioned, "No, that's my racket," right? And she's kind of made this ew look and just kind of literally just dropped it like it had like some ridiculous cooties. I'm like, okay. I mean, I get it. This is still kind of grade school technically. I was like, you know, but you know, you're an 8th grader or whatever, but all right. You were perfectly fine with that racket, you know, 3 seconds ago when you thought it was somebody else's. Go figure. So that kind of thing. But yeah. So a little bit of bullying and whatnot such, and like I said, and that was actually at that private school, so just a different kind of bullying and whatnot than the constant ass whoopings I got in public school. Yeah, as an adult, kids being brutal, kids are brutal assholes, whether they, you know, they understand that they're doing it deliberately or not. It's like, yeah, that's some terrible crap. But as an adult, wow, had a woman do that, something similar to you as an adult, that's beyond wild. That's kind of more like, are you actually over 12? Oh, that, yeah. She was salty because you were dating someone she had stringed along for a while and got tired of the games. Mm-hmm. Like, okay, so first of all, stringing somebody along as an adult, that's just already, like, what the heck? But then to sit there and then also go even further into the elementary school garbage, that's just laughable. That's, or at least it would be funny if it wasn't so pathetic. But go figure. 25 at the time. Oh, so her insurance just changed over. I see. Okay. Yeah, people are wilding. But I think that's what makes people like loners or kind of like isolated or social, whatever. I mean, nowadays everybody, you know, everybody talks about like their issues and stuff and anxiety and stuff like that, which I think is great that people kind of recognize and respect the space more. Yeah. Before I turned 25, I always thought that was just a terrible thing, right? The whole insurance bit, like what the actual heck? After I turned 25, I'm like, oh, I get it. It's like Bill Cosby once said in one of his stand-up things, you know, that he used to think his father was a complete idiot because the man could never finish a complete sentence. But then after he turned 21, he was amazed at how much the old man had learned in a few years. It's just like, yeah. But anyway, so let's see here. I have again made it over 4 hours, so it's like what, 4:14 kind of going on. Actually, you know what? I didn't check. Curious to see how well, because I did actually start the recording, like I mentioned earlier. I have no idea how much space that recording is taking up. I mean, I do know that when I download the streams off of Twitch, like the 6-hour streams, those were like 13 gigs and stuff. So I have no idea how large this is ultimately going to be. So this is just going to be kind of interesting to see what happens with this recording. This will be the first time that I've recorded most of the stream locally. So even if I do ditch the VOD because I accidentally doxed my age as being ancient and, you know, a friend of the mummy, either way, I think it's good. We're fine. Biblical. Moses? Yeah, I knew the guy. Yep. But it's okay. So, although, have you guys kind of noticed, and I know that things get repetitive on, you know, on places like Twitter or whatever else, but it seems like people like throwing up the same thing, like the same tired bit over and over, like the whole drop your PNGs here. Now, I get people are part of like jumping on the trend or whatever else, but, and I'm not saying that I really mind this per se, but it's just kind of funny. I think I've now seen 4 separate people all just kind of like, where are my 30 and over VTubers? You know, I'm like, okay, you are clearly older than 30 because, you know, you're senile enough to have forgotten that this has already been done like 3 other times before you, you know? It's like, are there any 30-year-old 30 plus VTubers out here? And I'm like, yeah, there are people who are well over 30 on here. You know, it's appreciate you screaming it from the rafters though, hey. But yeah, we represent. But the question is, are you? Yeah. They're either not paying attention or they missed the memo, or because it's not like everybody follows everybody. I just think it's kind of funny that among the people that I've managed to follow, that I've actually seen that more than once. It's like, wow, okay. No, I'm like, yeah, you know what, hey, I'm in that crowd. But like I said, just because you are over 30 or over 40 or even older than that and stuff, that you can't be having fun. VTubing for the youngins? Nah, it's for everybody, just like cosplay. Like on Facebook, I am actually a member of a group. Like, if you do cosplay, then you might have heard or be familiar with otherwise with Dragon Con, which is held down in Atlanta. Dragon Con, if you're not familiar, is literally a con dedicated to cosplayers. Yeah, Dragon Con. And, you know, yeah, you should definitely go, but I'll warn you now, it's basically just a big party. They do have a vendor. Well, it's interesting because the year that I went, I want to say like, well, God, I don't even remember. That was a while back. It might have been 2015-ish or about maybe 2014 or 2015, somewhere around then. But it's basically a big giant party, and it's kind of spread out all over Atlanta. Like in that whole convention area of Atlanta, like pretty much the entire downtown convention district is all taken up by Dragon Con. So it's a bunch of people who just want to come in and cosplay. And yeah, just they come in, they have a good time, and like their vendor area is usually in like a big it's in a separate venue from like the main. They don't really have like a quote unquote floor like you would with like, you know, anime like Anime Con or Comic Con or anything like that, because it's pretty much all about just the cosplayers. So they kind of come in, like they have a whole bunch of places where there's like photo shoots all over the place, and then of course at night there's like nothing but parties and whatnot. Such the actual vendor area, I think the vendor area was in like this one building or whatever. It took up like 2 floors, but it was a relatively small space. So yeah, it was a pretty interesting thing. Yeah, it was kind of spread out, and it's worth going to at least once. You know, I've been one time. I would probably go again. Yeah, and I'd probably go with like friends or whatever. Yeah, so I had a good time going. I would definitely go again. Yeah, it was a cool thing. But it's not like other cons, so that's pretty much the best way to describe it. Because, you know, you go to other cons and stuff, and it's about the vendors, right? It's about the vendors, or the, like, you know, the events and stuff going on and whatnot ish. But yeah, that's not Dragon Con at all. But I was on, you know, when I was active in Facebook and stuff, because I don't really spend a lot of time on Facebook nowadays, but there is actually a group, an over 40 group for Dragon Con, which I thought was just cool. Like, okay, people still having fun. That was the important thing. Yeah, I've heard the same thing about furry conventions. I mean, they do have a vendor area because, you know, got to sell to the furries. Like, you know, they need suppliers, clearly, right? But because it's all about it's like all about the furry. It's all about, like, it's all about being a furry. It's just like with Dragon Con, it's all about being in cosplay. It's a totally different vibe. The vendor floor isn't like the draw. And yeah, just rowdy and a big party and stuff like that. I personally don't think that they should hold like furry cons in either spring or fall. They should not have summer furry cons, for reasons that should be obvious, right? Because the dry cleaning on those suits, if you can even dry clean them at all, it's got to be astronomical. And I've been around some furries where they smell like they've never cleaned that suit in the history of ever, which is unfortunate, and that's where they kind of get like that. But that also goes for a lot of cosplay too. You know, I think every every con that I've been to, there's always been at least one person, sadly. Virtual furries. Exactly. You're kind of interested in having that kind of experience, work for a convention. Cool. That's cool. I mean, I haven't specifically worked a con, like worked for a con, like as general staff. I did do back when ShibariCon was a thing in Chicago for a little while. I did do setup and teardown crew for them for the dungeon. So it was kind of cool. It was like in exchange for helping them assemble the stuff in the playrooms, you basically earned yourself a free admission, a weekend pass for the con. I'm like, hey, I'm down. Sign me up. So, yeah, good. Well, want to say good times, and generally it was good times. Unfortunately, the relationship I was in at the time wasn't exactly all that great. So, but the con itself was actually pretty kick-ass. Like, I wish that it had come back or done more stuff. It would have been cool. But yeah, it went the way of the dodo bird. Really? Shibari-Con? I didn't realize that Shibari-Con had achieved legendary status. I still have the t-shirt. Good to know. But yeah, I definitely want to hit more of those types of cons as well. Just, because, hey, I'm into that kind of thing. I can admit it. Oh, egads. Again. Carbon dating. I have now established my half-life. Yeah, not literal elders, but, well, Well, okay, I guess it kind of depends because, yeah, the community leaders, they can be considered the elders, but then again, those are the new leaders, like, from the old leadership handing them off and stuff like that. So, you start talking about elders and everything, like, those founder types and whatnot. So it's just like, yeah, those guys, the OG, right? So it all kind of depends. Because around my area, like, yeah, a lot of the elders, they really are. Mm-hmm. Do loves me some rope though. It's been a while. Well, I mean, partly also, it's like I said, I like building stuff, right? And, there was a period where, yeah, I was into whip building. I have actually made a number of nylon whips, like, paracord based, and I was actually practicing because I was building up my skills because I wanted to build like a full leather bullwhip, like a long bullwhip. So far, I've actually only made things like floggers and stuff like out of leather. But yes, working with your hands. Indeed. So when I say that I have many talents and I have many things that I'm into, and I like to build stuff, yeah, I like to build all kinds of things. Wherever my interest gets piqued, yep, I tend to get really into it and then just go all out, so to speak. So and I still have that. It's in storage at the moment, which I probably should get out of storage because it's actually been in storage for a couple of years. I need to actually go ahead and apply some conditioner to the leather just to make sure that it stays nice and supple, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's been a while since I've actually done any decorative knot ties and stuff like that too, so like if I did stuff right now, it would be more, well, practical, so to speak. It's as practical as that could possibly be, but yeah, I actually got inspired by looking at a lot of like rope masters back in the day and doing things. So I mean, I have done stuff like I've woven rope corsets and stuff like that as well. It's actually kind of funny because I think, and this wasn't really part of any of that growing up, but part of my inspiration came from an experience that I had a long time ago, like when I had just turned 21, or I was like actually around 23 or so. I'd gone clubbing with like, you know, my godbrother and godfather, and we'd kind of gone and hung out at some pretty classic clubs and stuff. And like I said, this has nothing necessary, or at least I had no idea whether it had anything to do with kink at the time. It's just that it piqued my interest when I got into shibari. I remembered this because I remember there was like this one lady who was wearing basically a macrame dress. So, you know, she basically kind of come up and decided to, like, you know, sling herself around me or whatever and talk, because like I guess she knew like some of the people that we were talking to and stuff, and so she just kind of came up and just draped herself over me and was talking, and literally she was wearing like, this was like classic macrame, and you know, like the knots and stuff like that, and I'm like, okay, like it looked like she was wearing like a hammock, like one of those like tied, you know, the classic tied hammock types, and just alrighty. I just remember the dress more than anything else. Also, partly because I was kind of like a little frozen up and didn't really know what to do with myself at that point. But, you know, wasn't exactly sure how to approach that situation. I look back at old me and just like, you poor fool. But whatever, that's besides the point. But since then, like when I got into rope, I have always wanted to recreate that dress with rope. I just thought it would just be a really cool thing to do. Someday. Well, you know, there's certain things that just kind of stick out, and you never forget them. And those are the kinds of moments that make like the strongest, you know, those things that leave those strongest impressions on you are also the things that, you know, tend to stay in your memory the longest, I guess. Yes, it was a lot of macrame. Well, okay, if I were being realistic, it was maybe about 6 planters worth, which is still a lot of macrame. And the only reason why I know this is because my mom used to be in macrame. She would actually like make those hangers for plants and stuff like that. And so she had a book on it, and I remember reading it when I was a kid. Which is the only reason why I even recognized the dress in the first place. It's funny how everything's all woven together. Pun intended. I have my moments. I appreciate that. Interesting amalgam of experiences. It's just kind of funny you say that. Number one, okay. I am not going to say that I am the most confident person. It's kind of funny because my brother he has like unbridled self-confidence. So I'm pretty sure like the balance kind of like got tipped in his favor as far as that goes, which is kind of funny. Which is great. I got picked on all the time in school and stuff. He didn't, which I think is fantastic. You know, I'm happier. Well, okay, let's face it. I would have been happier if neither of us got picked on, or both. But you know, if I had a choice between either of us taking the heat, yeah, I'm cool. I'm cool with being the one taking the heat. And you know, since him being the younger brother, him getting the better deal of that, that's cool. But you know, my experiences, I guess they're diverse, which I appreciate being diverse, and the whole from being picked on and everything else. I think that's helped keep the arrogance in check. Not that I haven't had my arrogant moments, because yeah, I mean, I would say that, you know, earlier, like way back, like, you know, early not when I first started, but you know, as I kind of get onto my career and as it was taking off, I did have like I'm a hot shit developer, a hot shit programmer moments and stuff like that. And it's like, okay. But I think it's just that when you get more experience and as you get older enough to have said experience, you always realize that, yeah, you know what? There's always going to be somebody else smarter than you. Maybe not necessarily in the room at the moment, but yeah, they're out there, which is all good. So yeah, I mean, and I really appreciate what you guys are saying and stuff. You know, I hope, well, number one, I hope everybody keeps growing, because if you're not growing, then you're stagnating. And if you're stagnating, then you're essentially dying slowly, which is a terrible state for anybody to be in. You know, but as far as being an entertainer, being a VTuber, stuff like that, yeah, I really do hope that grows, because this is a new thing for me, which it's actually outside my comfort zone. And I think that's actually kind of cool, because the problem with being, I mean, I think the problem with being in your comfort zone. It's like being in the pillow fort, in this, under the security blanket. You know, it's comfortable, it's there. You just simply don't want to leave it, because, you know, outside of it can be kind of scary, which, yeah, it is. But you need to move outside your you need to move outside your comfort zone if you really want to grow in whatever, as a person, in your whatever occupation or thing that you want to do. Most people aren't going to start off being good right off the bat. And most people, even if they are good from the get-go, they want to get better at it. So, you know, the more that you can do, then the more that you can do. As cliche as that kind of sounds, I guess. But demeanor and voice and intrigue? I mean, is there really a whole lot of intrigue here? I don't know. And Yeah, I do need to work on the voice a little bit more. Which is kind of funny. A couple of things I noticed after listening to the exercise that I did after I edited it out and everything, I was listening to it. The first thing I noticed is I have to adjust the noise balancing on the mic, because OBS, that the quote unquote good noise cancellation is actually pretty aggressive, and when I'm a little bit too much of a low talker, it actually starts treating my noise or my voice as noise, and it starts kind of cutting out part of that. So that whole thing where I did the ara for you earlier, I noticed it got cut off. And the first one, it's because my voice kind of caught, but the second time it partly was cut out because the noise suppression cut me off. So let me I have no idea if that got cut off this time either, so I'd have to listen to this later to find out. Wait, it did get cut off? Really? Okay, well, my bad. Let me do that again, so sorry. Let me try this again. Lumi. What about that? Better? Nothing at all? I see. I guess I'll just have to keep doing it until I get it right then. Everything after is a wash. Gotcha. Yeah, let me try this then. Give me one quick sec. I have to switch. Hang on, I gotta switch a scene for a moment. I'll be right back. So let me see here. It's a little bit harder to tell. I need to turn off well, I gotta turn my monitoring on for a second. So yeah, I can definitely hear the background hiss. All right. Okay, so now let's try that again. This is actually with 0 noise suppression. So apologies for the background hiss and all that. And I've also, got the HVAC turned off, so it shouldn't kick in anytime soon. Oh, really? Was it doubled up? My bad. Yeah, that's another reason why I actually have the monitor off, because it causes a weird echo because of that virtual audio device. Yeah, I turned off the monitor because I can't stand listening to my voice echoing in my head. It throws me off. All right. So now, Lumi, Ada Ada, or better yet, Ada Ada. How about now? Okay, cool. Oh. So wait, do you have headphones on? Oh, so you don't have your headphones in this time. You are sans awesome headphone set. Because I was gonna say, yeah, plug them in. This is, I think, a good time for me to test something real quick since I've got you guys here. You can give me a little bit of feedback of this since, again, this is like the end of stream chilling bit. So let me, okay, I'll do it again then, but I will be right back because let me actually break out the dual mic setup and get that set in. Actually, let me see, do I have this as a source already here so I don't have to pull it out? Let me see. Just copy, nebulous void, odd source. Did I already make that a source? Oh, that was quick. Give me one quick sec. I'm looking to see if I already have this set up. Otherwise, I'm just gonna have to copy the source real quick here. So there's a interesting plugin that I use for OBS that's called Source Copy. Because otherwise, moving and setting up sources and stuff is a little bit of a pain in the butt. Okay, so you do hear the white noise because I had to turn, because again, I am running 0 noise suppression right now whatsoever. I've got it turned off on the mic. So yeah, there's going to be a little bit of background noise. Hopefully it's not too much. And rats. I'm going to need to set this up. Okay, give me a quick moment here. I got to go back to that. I got to go back to my audio source scene. I mean, I think you guys can actually hear me on here. It's just, there's nothing else going on, right? Okay, let me copy over this source real quick for my dual mic setup, because I haven't used this in a minute. audio sources. Let me see if I can go ahead and pull that over into the other scene now. Or wait, you know what? I didn't even need to do that. Let me... Shoot, I did this wrong. Sorry, give me a sec. So what it is I need to... I've got these settings. See, when I did all the balancing and setup, I only did it on the right side mic. I did on the Rock Band mic, which I thought had a slightly better gain than the Guitar Hero mic. So don't say anything too bad. Well, I'll try to keep that in mind. Did not. Alright, I'm going to turn the noise suppressor on just for right now, real quick. I didn't actually take the time to balance out or set up the mic, the second mic, so I'm just going to have to copy this stuff over manually real quick. But yeah, that was my stupid cell phone, which I have no idea why it would be going off right now, but who's calling me at this hour or otherwise leaving a notice or a message or some other goofy thing? Oh, I forgot the equalizer. That's going to be a pain. All right. This is going to take a little bit more time to make nice, but actually, let me try this. Yeah, I don't have to do everything tonight, so let me just try enabling this and just kind of see how it sounds. So I'm going to go away and come back for a moment. Okay. Can you hear me now? I should probably just be in your left ear at this moment, right? Or correct? And what about now? that's kind of weird. Okay, so you hear both ears. And let me turn this monitor on real quick. So I can actually hear what's going on. Okay, I can hear it a little bit. All right. So that's the left mic. And this should be the right mic. Oh yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting you're an hour ahead. Okay, yeah, there's a little bit of echo. Yeah, the only problem is these mics aren't in perfect sync. And I need to probably take more time to see if I can adjust it. Okay, so yeah, that's the only problem with this. They're not perfectly matched. Yeah, it's possibly a latency issue. It's because of the fact that these are two separate mics, and I think the clock source is different on both of them. I need to debug this a little bit more. Okay, so can't do the dual mic perfectly yet. It's kind of a shame, though. I was kind of hoping I could get a little bit going from one side over to the other, but if it's going to echo, it's not really quite worth it just yet. It's doing it. What exactly is it doing? And more importantly, is it still echoing? I can't imagine what the lurkers are kind of going through right about now. What is this? Oh my god. Well, thanks for letting me test and for giving me a little bit of input about this. I know that there's probably still a little bit more that I have to do to get this to work perfectly. Very Disney villainy. That's funny. I hear my conscience. Wait, how did that line go, Merlin? I'm a little tiny virus inside of your body. And you don't really know this is an extremely rare virus. I actually forgot how that works. It's been so long since I've seen The Sorcerer's Apprentice. I forget how that line goes. Like the whole thing about how he invades, what's the name? The dragon's name, or the witch's name again, I forget. But that was just a funny thing. Where were you when I was making bad decisions? Well, you know, it was a bender. What can I say? It's like you probably were making some bad decisions while I was out having a drink. I can't help you if I was like passed out. It's not my problem. Oh well. But anyway, we're gonna kill this again and go back to the regular. So the villainy thing, it's like, and so this is how it starts. Pretty soon, world domination for all. If my conscience sounded like you, I wouldn't make any bad decisions at all. Really. It's like, go on, do it. You know you want to. It'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Famous last words. Okay, back to the single balanced mic with the noise suppression and everything else. Oh, that'd be a great idea. So, the villain voice. That would be evil, Krisu. I see. And that would be kind of funny. Oh, see, can you actually hear the HVAC now? I just realized it just kicked in. So there's got to be like a much louder hiss. Yeah, see, that's why I had this turned on in the first place. My bad. Let me kick that back on. And then there was nothing. The fact that you actually can't configure the RNN noise suppressor is just kind of a drag, because like I said, as long as I've got that noise suppression turned on, I can't do any of the ASMR things like the brushing or anything else on the mic, because it just RNN thinks it's noise and it literally filters it all out. So unfortunately, it's just going to have to be with the noise on, at least until my HVAC turns off. So I apologize, but in the meantime, ara. I do. I have a limiter and compressor on the enhanced mic, along with the equalizer, just to kind of warm it up so it doesn't sound so tinny. Oh, it worked. Excellent. I don't know exactly how to take the whole fact that the ara it sounds so good. Because when I think of the ara, I think of Bato from Ghost in the Shell, standalone SAC 2045 in the bank scene. His version of the ara is like ara, ara, ara. Like in what the hell? Not exactly the same thing as going ara. Hey, glad you enjoyed it. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't having fun. So then I don't know, what if I did something like this, where it was nice and close, and I gave it a nice ara ara. What about that? So now this feels like it's ara ara practice. Is that even a thing? Well, alrighty. Everyone practices their ada. Well, I'd be lying if I had said that I didn't practice when I first mentioned that I was going to throw you an ada on stream. I did spend a little bit of time, like, okay, is this actually going to sound good? Ada. I swear, I think the last like what, 5-10 minutes of stream has just been me sitting here going, ada. Hola! Yeah. I don't exactly want to. I'm kind of tempted to do it, but kind of not, just simply because it's late and I don't want to, do that to my neighbors. They get enough of. I have a downstairs neighbor that's downstairs and across the hall that occasionally they have anger management issues. Occasionally, right about this time of night, I've been woken up with them arguing and shouting. It's pretty much like So, yeah, if it were earlier in the day, I would actually try and ora. But, and it would just sound so weird because that's not really something that you can just kind of do, I don't think. Well, let me see. No, it's just not gonna sound right this way. Yeah. It's not something you can do quietly. That's gonna probably sound so terrible when I listen to this later. Because it's kind of like, I have to wonder if I'm talking at a regular volume and stuff, like, man, my neighbor is hearing me, like, what exactly, who's he talking to and doing all this, like, what? I keep hearing ada, what the hell? So, but anyway, so I guess enough with the late night screwing around. But it is, well, I somehow made it to be a 5-hour stream. Under confusing time in general. Yep. Yeah, you know what, that is a good point. And so they're just gonna have to cope. It's gonna be one way or the other. You know what? At least I'm not having a shouting match, mostly. I think the shortest one has been like maybe 3, just short of 4 hours. So yeah, I'm just gonna be a long form streamer, and here we are, just kind of messing around, and that's all it is, having fun with chat and stuff. And when I get to affiliate and I can start doing channel point redeems and stuff like that, I'm going to let you guys pick out several of them, which you guys already have. Like, Selene threw out some great examples. Lumi, you had a bunch of good examples and stuff earlier as well. And I get the feeling that I'm going to wind up with some pretty interesting stuff. So, Yeah, you know what? I only have it on my schedule that officially I'm going from 9 to 12:30. So officially 3 hours. From a practical perspective, it's kind of been more like 4, 5, 6 hours and stuff like that. It's like, hey, whatever. We're having fun. That's all that matters. Just like we said earlier. As long as we're all having fun, that's all that matters. And that's all good. But I am going to start cutting it off here because at some point I will have to get up and pretend to be productive at work. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, Lumi, thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep and that you rest well and have pleasant dreams. And that hopefully you go ahead and you wake up perfectly refreshed and perfectly awake. I know a good exercise you can do or listen to. Or, you know, maybe I should actually make a long form kind of relaxation that's all like just a sleep session. Who knows? And that's perfectly fine. Hit me up anytime. It's all good. So, sweet dreams. And yeah, Bez, you too, man. Like, thanks as always, hanging out, having a good time, sharing the laughs, stuff like that. Everybody else who's lurking and hanging out. Everybody who kind of came on, said hello, just had a fun time. Glad you all came. Totally enjoyed having you here and looking forward to seeing you again and talking again soon. And is there anybody on that? Is there anybody that I should raid right now? Anybody that's got a similar vibe? Ay, caramba, you gotta be kidding me. Really? I can't believe this. I had two instances of the stream manager window open on this computer. You gotta be kidding. It's been running all this time. Maybe that's why things were a little laggy. Crap. So let's see here. Is there anybody around that I can just go ahead and throw a raid to? Oh, no, I didn't mean to hit that. Crap.
Shit, man. Listen, guys.
Sorry about that. Accidentally clicked on somebody. Which, if you do like old school, oh come on. Everything's all laggy. lagging. It doesn't want to play nice. I'm not really seeing anybody, so I think I'm just going to go ahead and call it a night, and we'll just kind of deal with it from there. So, anyway, thanks again for hanging out, everybody. It's been great talking with you all. And another long stream of all things, but hey, good for you. It was all fun, so it's all good. So yeah, Bez, you too, man. If I wake up in time to catch your stream, then I will see you then. You have a good night too. All right. Catch you guys later. Yeah, I hope so, man. So, all right, I'll see you in the morning or later. It's already morning, but all right, ciao.